Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we will be working on MonsterStone and trying to update my current game demo version so that it has all those fixes that we've been working on the last stream. Unity is still booting up, so while that's happening, I guess we could go and take a look at the itch.io page for anyone who might be curious. But it is on itch.io. And I guess it's just going to be a matter today of updating it after we do a quick playtest and a build and go from there pretty much. I was deliberating on whether or not to add more content to the game before doing so, but I think it's probably for the best to make sure that those game-breaking bugs are at least out for now. Alright, let me see here. There we go. This is the itch.io page for the game at the moment. And these are all the features that it does have, and like so many things that I do want to add to it, potentially anyway. So like back when I released this 2 years ago, I was already contemplating like, oh okay, we could have boss fights, puzzles. Accessibility is something I've already talked about a little bit. And of course more levels and the rest of the resource tiers and upgrades. But in case you haven't seen anything about this game before, this is MonsterStone, the game that I'm working on. It's a very casual game. It's inspired a little bit by idle game economy. So you collect a lot of resources in this and spend those on upgrades that help you collect more resources. But it's also very much about exploration, and it's built up of these various levels that you explore, each level containing, in some cases, almost unique resources to that level, including, but not limited to, quests and structures that you can sort of obtain that'll help you moving forward. Now, Unity, how far ahead are you? You are ready, it seems. All right. And we'll probably just try and do this like the other stream. There we go. Let's switch to this. So you can see both my monitors, but just okay. Lots of errors. That happens on occasion. But yeah, you can see both my monitors, even though one is going to be like in the upper left corner and it's very small. But at least you can see something when I'm on the second one. Anyways, so before we make a test build, I do remember that I need to go into the cave level and do something, because I forgot to do that. I think because Loki, he was talking or having a dialogue with me, so I completely forgot to remove this thing. This bad boy. So this is just some test copy I made the other day. And we save that. Is there anything else I can think of? Because I don't... If that's not the case, then we are already prepared to do like a test build. In terms of new content, I guess I can just quickly go through that if I were supposed to do something. I mean, we can maybe look at that after updating it. Let me try and see if I can remember here. As the tutorial, this is main story 1. This is the one that I need to look at. Yeah. So this level currently is the second and last storyline based mission or map in the game, in the demo currently, and it does just look like this. So there's nothing else to it than just like a very small playable area with no resources or anything in it. And I tried to remember why that is, because I mean I have put water in here, so there's that, and thought about those smaller elements. But there's no trees or rocks around here. And I think the reasoning for that was that I was deliberating whether or not the storyline missions should contain harvestable resources or not. Overnight, I thought this through, and I think it's probably for the best to make it so that you can harvest the resources that I would be putting into these levels, simply because, you know, it helps avoid any kind of confusion as to, oh, why can't I harvest these particular ones. So that's something we might be able to look at later. We could also maybe just make an entire level if that's of any interest because there's a whole process there. I don't remember. I think it might just be a matter of saying build, right? Because this should already be set up. Yeah, because you need to like add all the levels and stuff. I think they're all here though. Yeah. Because if I didn't do that, then it would try and load the levels and be like, oh, it doesn't exist. But I think this is pretty much it. And we're doing it for a PC build. Oh, right. Let me try and freaking find that folder, I guess. Oof. Because I remember I had... So I've got my MonsterStone folder, which is the project itself. Test builds, game dev test builds. This is where we go. So actually, I can go back and show you earlier versions of the game as well. Oh my god, I even have my narrative game here. Holy shit. Oh, that could be fun taking a look at some point. Right now, though, let's go and make a new build. And the way I just manage these is that, what's the current date? It's 2022 underscore. And then it must be month, yes. So it's the first 27, and then it is alpha I. I'll explain why that is as well in a moment. Let me just select this folder and get it building. So in the on the itch.io page, there is like a low quality version and a high quality version, and the high quality version is, well, everything included, I guess. With the low quality version just having a few subtle changes, such as the shader used for the water is replaced by one that doesn't animate. So there's no vertex shader involved. And the same for the trees, they get replaced by trees that do not have like complex shaders. I cannot remember how I pulled that off originally, because that sounds like a pain in the ass to do. But why, how did I do that? Trying to remember. I was replacing every single shader in the game like that. This is a lot of work. Or because I have to set it for every single material. And it's not like I have a version of the... I mean, I could go and... No, I can't even go and get and try and look up what it was like. I think for now, I'll probably just stick to a high quality version of the game, so sorry if you can't run it with those extra shaders. That's just going to be the reality of it. And there's a couple reasons for also maybe not worrying too much about the quality. If I remember correctly, the... Let me go to this. Because I don't remember with itch.io, it might have some sensitive information here and there. Let me see here. Dashboard, MonsterStone Prelude. Because I can see the stats for the download, individual downloads as well. So let's see here. MonsterStone Prelude. Let's see. Yeah, so there's only like there's 3 times as many people that have downloaded. Yeah, I think this might be okay to show. Let me just make certain. I think it's okay. So like I can see down here that there's been 20 free downloads of the low quality version and 72 of the high quality version, and 76 of the initial release. So that tells me that it's probably fine if I just release only the high quality version this time around. You can also see some stats here in case you're curious as to how many people have popped by. It's nice to see that the last couple days have sort of restarted some traffic to the thing, so I see. But in its entirety, like if we wanted to, we can go and look at some weekly stats going back till 20. Oh. Okay. Oh yeah, you have to insert this. Just say like this. Wait, what? Oh. Have to go like this. If you go back to the 1st of November, it's been like going up and down. It's not been super crazy. And let me think. Yeah, so this is like a long while ago. Can I say... because... Did it come out in 2020? No, that can't be true. How far back can I go? Because, I mean, eventually the game wasn't even released at that date. There we go. Yeah, I thought so. So around like December, yeah. Around December, that's when the game was initially released. And then it's just been like when you look at the graph this way and you go by weekly, it doesn't seem like a lot of traffic's been happening, which, you know, considering that I haven't been maintaining it, this is okay. This is what you'd expect to see. There's also been a few downloads here and there. You know, on some weeks there's been like one download, but nothing crazy. And the click-through rate is also atrocious, but that's expected. Yeah, that's been very little word of mouth. That is exactly true, Alex. Because all of this initial exposure in the beginning is probably because, like, you can see where all the visits are coming from, and that was also very much like, oh, you were on the front page of itch.io and that kind of stuff. Also, good to see you here. What were you playing the last time? Might as well give you a shout out. You were playing Stellaris. Okay. Well, welcome to the development stream. I'm currently making a build of MonsterStone. It's taking a little while. And just taking a look at the game page here. How you doing, man? But yeah, it's like I was working on the game, and then I participated in this course, and then I released the demo and basically didn't have any fuel or juice to keep going on the project. So I sort of just like set it aside and tried to refocus back then. Iruxan Confederation fanatic egalitarian xenophiles, communist sort of, but very American ones. Now I think I've seen a little bit of gameplay for Stellaris. It's one of those, what are they called, 4X games? 4X space games or whatever, right? And I seem to recall there's a lot of factions, and similar to RimWorld, there's a lot of stuff you can do with it, right? Many ways to make your faction work. 4X game that turns into PDX Grand Strategy. PDX Grand Strategy. What does PDX stand for? Enlighten me. I'd heard about the 4X concept. Oh, Paradox Grand Strategy. Okay. So that's what it means. Interesting. I never heard that shorthand for it. Paradox is like an old company by now, aren't they? Yeah, interactive. No, that's not what I want. I want the wiki page. That's what I want. I want to see their releases. Let's see here. Founded in 1999, 23 years ago. Damn. Wait, they're situated in Sweden? Oh, right. It's a Swedish company, isn't it? But they've also been like going for a lot of the same sort of niche of games, right? For their releases, haven't they? like a lot of war related things, or like, how to say it, colony managing, city managing, that kind of stuff. Strategy. Yeah, that's the publisher, right? I guess there's the difference between the publisher and the developer. What's the developer called? Because it's like, I assume this is not the same, right? Yeah, Paradox Entertainment. There we go. Wait, what? Okay, yeah. Because it linked. Okay, there we go. So this is even older. This is 1995, which makes sense. You know, they probably established the publisher afterwards. But these are all like strategy games, right? It's separated by engine. Europa engine. Oh, okay. Well, we found it. Yeah, there's Stellaris. And the newest release is Crusader Kings 2. That was only 2 years. That's already 2 years ago, actually. And then these expansions, right? Damn, that's like, they have made a ton of content. Holy shit. Oh, free. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I was just about to say. They make their money by DLCs. That's a very interesting thing, though, because usually DLC has like this trend of, you know, doing worse and worse for each extension. But maybe for these types of games, they do much better. Okay, let's see here. I wonder if this overlay is gonna work out. Or if I need to change it every time. I really hope my antivirus leaves me alone. Something tells me, given the blue border around this game, that that is not the case. I wonder. Because right now it's like capture specific window. Try this. Yeah, as expected. Working Avast did some stuff again. It like just eats the freaking exe. Stupid. Avast. Please. Let me just fix this. It didn't even tell me this time. It just like fucking nuked the file. Why? It's a file that freaking originated on the same computer. This is gonna make it really hard for people to try out the game if like your antivirus system does that. What are you saying? They have tons of cosmetic DLCs in some of their games, but that's just artists working on making art. And then they have game-based DLCs, which lots of parts are put into the base version update and some exclusive parts for the DLC only. It's a little annoying, but it also works better as they keep supporting their games for very long times. I think that's also like one of the big draws towards that game company as a whole, right? Let's see if this works now. Do I need to tell it that this is a different exe as well? Freaking overlays. Capture specific window, yes. Try this then. There we go. They're good at pretending they care about their customers' opinions. They probably just like, oh yeah, we know exactly what we want and we have like a 5-year plan for this game on what kind of content we want to make, you know? That's probably what it's like. Oh yeah, I also need to double check something real quick. I would also assume though that, oh yeah, that's not the category I wanted today. Because Tumbling Satellite, he mentioned that there is a game development on category in Twitch, and I didn't even know about it. There we go. Game development on category in Twitch, and I didn't. Echoing? What's echoing, Alex? Oh, that's probably because I had like the Twitch page open and it wasn't muted. Also, my volume is really low, so I barely heard it. I didn't notice there was something in the background. Okay, so let's get this show on the road. Oh, right. For the build, I should probably not have this available. Good thing I'm testing it out at least. Because then you can just skip the first level in its entirety. There's no issue in being able to skip the first level, but not exactly what was intended. Set up some auto miners. Have you seen my game yet, Alex? I don't remember if you were here on the first stream, because a lot of people came by and dropped out. Yeah, I've been like, I was working the other day on trying to correct some of the bugs that are currently in the demo. So that's kind of what I'm working on today, like making a build for it and getting it on itch.io. I do realize now that because I skipped this first level, there's not going to be a workshop on the first one. Oh well, it's not the end of the world. Also, I can go and grab these chests, can't I? Get some starting materials. Get that chest, and there should be one here. Oop. Also one right there. Could be fun to make like a level for this game as well on stream. It's been a while since I've made new levels for it as well, so should be fun practice watching me fail. It also involves a little bit of Blender, so it might be of interest. It's a bit finicky though, but it does take about, you know, one day's worth of work to design, layout, and put together an entire level. At least when you know what you're doing, so it's likely possible that it'll take me a little bit longer than that. Hey, can we afford this? No. I need pine trees. Or do I? Yeah, I do. So what are you up to today, Alex? Got any plans? What day is it even today? First day already, jeez. Time is going fast. It's like tomorrow I'll probably have to sit down and figure out what to do about the all the feedback that I've been getting. Because I've kind of arrived at a point where I think the survey is not gonna do awfully much better than it currently has. It's not done as well as I hoped, but talking with people in chat has also, you know, it's also got merit, so I just need to write down my thoughts and some of that feedback, I think. First day is you stream whatever your mood strikes for, but you're theming it. Try out Thursday. Okay. It's Minecraft for a while, but it's not doing too well. Minecraft is also like a really difficult category to get into because it's one of those categories where if you don't have a large following already and if you don't play on like a public server with your community, then people aren't as invested in it, it seems. Especially if you're like doing modded stuff. People seem to be more into vanilla things. But then you need to be like well known already, so it's like a catch-22. You sort of need to be popular or whatever to have more people drop by and become even more. So your channel is a little dead. Yeah, I think it's like I've noticed the trend. It's almost as if people had like the hots for watching Twitch streams during summer. And then just as the year sort of carried on, and especially during the winter season, it's quieted down quite a lot. Even for some streamers, like Tumbling Satellite is doing pretty well. And looking at the statistics, me and Tumbles, we started almost at the same time. The major difference being that he doesn't do a mature-only stream, which is the main factor I could imagine. But, he's also got a completely different personality, so maybe I'm just that boring, I don't know. The famous January fluke. Well, it's funny because it's the same thing for restaurants and stuff. I've already mentioned this on another stream, but I've got like one of my moderators. I just call him Peak because that makes it a little bit easier. But he works as a chef. And he gave me some interesting insight that every January, basically, the entire restaurant industry mostly just shuts down because there's just not enough customers around. And the reasoning why is actually kind of, it's a very human thing, but also really fucked at the same time. As he put it, during January, there's like this thing where people have a tendency to make New Year's resolutions, right? And that is actually something that feeds back into and is reflected into the cooking or, restaurant industry as well. So basically, people make New Year's resolutions that they should, try and lose weight and all that stuff. And what in essence it sort of results in is that they don't go out to eat as much as they would have like earlier in the year. And as such, it's got such a huge impact that there's just not enough people that show up to go out and eat. And it's so bad that it's almost not even worth having the restaurant open during that time of the year. So it's crazy that that's how it works, but that's at least what I've been told. And actually, I think was it not yesterday, but the day before when he got home, he shared that they'd made so little revenue on that day that it wasn't even enough to pay for the wages of everyone working there. So yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And then it tends to like pick up speed, and then summer comes around, and then it's like a ebb and flow kind of thing. So I can imagine if like a lot of people, or if some people end up trying out becoming a streamer in like during New Year's and such, or winter season, they're probably gonna face difficulties trying to succeed more than anything. Oh yeah, I need more ingots, don't I? Yes. There we go. I'm just like playing through the game autonomously, so sorry if I'm not giving commentary on that, but I'm just making sure that everything works. Yeah. Also got get rid of those ugly scroll bars. Well, I don't know. Honestly. They will be necessary at some point. Also, are they really that ugly? Because like I know that you can scroll using the mouse wheel there, but only like it doesn't work to scroll if like you can drag in empty spaces and then drag that way. But if this entire window fills out with items, you can't do this. That's just how Unity works. Oh, this one. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't make this I don't actually know. It's been a while, but we can try and get more unique resources just to fill up to see if what happens. Also, that's not really what I'm worried about right now, but we can try and see if we can't take a look at it anyway. Don't even remember if the goblins even drop anything else than copper coins. I just set this monster hunter thing up. Yeah, right now I'm just focusing on getting the demo in like a stable state. Because there were some game-breaking bugs regarding that UI, coincidentally. One of the things that happened was that the scale of these were dependent on your screen resolution. And I found out the reasoning why, because, you know, it's because of the way that I implemented, but it's more like, so these UI objects get put in and out of this UI based on what building you interact with. And unfortunately, I don't have another building I can show you this for the time being anyway. We'll get to it hopefully. But basically, I put them onto the in-world game object when they're being stored, so they get moved from the UI canvas into the world as like an invisible object. You can do that just fine. But in doing so, it set the scale of the actual UI element according to the object, in accordance to the canvas, sorry. Because if you're changing the game screen resolution due to the way that the canvas rescales everything so that it works in any resolution, it sets the scale of that canvas. And even if you set the scale to 1 on all the different axes, when it's like being generated and the 3D model that it's on is also normalized in that way, as soon as it gets moved from the 3D model to the UI, it would scale or rescale that UI element proportional to whatever the canvas was rescaled to. So depending on your screen resolution, that UI would be like either bigger or smaller, meaning that for Cellfire, these buttons were like out here on his screen and they were being cut off because that's, you know, it's a mask. So yeah, game development is almost directly opposed to what one learned in university computer science 20 years ago. 20 years ago is also a long time ago for game development anyway. So, but I just do want to go through. So you're just like talking about the scroll. So you're just talking about the fact, like the look of them, or you're talking about the fact that they're there? Just to get that straight. Because the reason why it's there right now, okay, it's just the look. Yeah, I mean, the design of all this is like, you know, it's very simplistic. But this is like better than most temporary placeholder assets and UI you see in other games, so I'm okay with it for now. Eventually, though, I do want this UI to be more like an adventure theme than what, like, this is a very plain UI, right? So at the moment it just needs to work. So Somebody really irks you on that side. Okay, that's fair enough. UI just needs to be functional in the beginning. A lot of games do it like this. Sometimes it also goes into 3D models, and I actually also do that in some instances. Like, for instance, these 3-dimensional models here. Like, the 3D models are UV mapped and ready to be finalized. But, you know, there's no reason for me to go in and hand paint them when they're this small yet. Because I just need them to be functional. So that, like, I have the shape, so, and like scale of the thing, and the overall color feel. So basically these are UV mapped, but the colors are just like solid colored in areas. But I can add texture to this as much as I want. So this is not vertex colored. This is actual, you know, textures. So it's just to get like a feel of the color scheme as well. Same with these fence posts and these lamp posts here. It's all like, you know, it's textured, but just in solid colors. Some of the things do have textures though, because they were relatively easy to make, but I don't know why. It's just like that. I think it's because all the small detail props and such, they are more unique. Whereas like all these mushrooms, they're using the same texture. It's just like different morphed shapes of the same thing. So they're very performant that way. And I can change the texture out of them with another material, and then it becomes like a what are they called again? The red and white dotted the white dotted red mushrooms, the poisonous ones. I mean, I can never remember the exact name of it. I think the Elder Scrolls series has fucked that up for me. Toadstools, yeah, that's another word for it. It's like, yeah, they've got like a scientific name as well. But yeah, if I don't have a scroll bar up here right now, I can't like scroll this thing at all. And it's also like scroll wheel is used for zooming in and out. So right now, if I wanted it to be possible to scroll using the mouse wheel, I would have to like make it so that it sort of also checks what you're looking at, which is just not the case at the moment. But it's one of those things that I can fix into the game later during polish. At the moment though, you know, it works. It's more important to get other features in here, like for instance, it doesn't tell you right on the right hand side, it tells you how much you need to upgrade the tool, but it doesn't show you if you have enough of it, so you kind of need to look from left to right and compare every resource at a time, right? And I've been talking with chat on how to resolve this, and I think the solution is eventually going to be to highlight these in white text on the right hand side whenever you have enough of them, and when you don't have enough, they're just grayed out. That's probably going to be the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, they'll end up taking up too much space if I have to show like, oh, you've got X out of X material for each of them. Nestled tooltips? What do you mean nestled tooltips? So you mean like, because like there's no way of selecting these, you just look at them and then you buy them straight up by clicking on them. I don't think there's any secrets on this map, or maybe there was supposed to be one, but I forgot to add it. There's like a crevice here, but there's nothing in it. But yeah, I do remember 20 years ago, I did get the feedback that it was pretty competent UI at least, compared to what you usually see in as like initial release games. So I think it's gonna be fine for the time being. I do believe they probably also meant like, oh, navigating the UI and all that stuff rather than anything else. I should really upgrade my fishing speed. You tend to run into creative blocks? Oh, you mean like writer's block or something similar to that, just in all senses? At the current business development course I have been participating in, there's a guy there that he's like an author. He's about the same age as me, and he's released 2 books so far. And one day, actually it was last week, by the end of last week, our teacher briefly mentioned the writer's block thing, and immediately he went like, writer's block isn't a thing, that doesn't exist. I guess he probably has like some point as to why that is, but he didn't really explain what he meant by that. Well, he didn't really get a chance to either, so. But yeah, when I started making this game, I spent like 6 weeks or so on just building a prototype. 6 weeks? Does that make it? No. That doesn't make sense. I was about to say months, but then I'm like, that's a long time. But still. No, I think I spent like a couple months working on the demo. I think it took me like 3 to 4 months to make an initial like draft of it, and then I participated in this program called Innovative Growth, which is tailored towards startups, where you sort of get like some business development classes as well. This was like 2 years ago, mind you, but you basically get the chance to get some business development insight and such. But you only have like 2 months worth of the course, and then you go into this filtering process where if they don't deem your business idea valid enough or feasible enough or whatever it may be, like they don't think you've got what it takes or whatever, they will filter you out in the favor of other people on the program, because only so and so many people were allowed to continue. So, which is kind of bullshit, because the whole point of the program was to give you room to develop your business, but you just didn't get the time to do it because you were spending all your time doing all these classes, learning all the tools, but not really like you didn't really get the sparring or time needed to actually finalize any of these aspects of it. And by the time that the program was over, it's like, or the filtering process happened, you didn't really get any time to make anything. So if your business idea heavily relied on you doing some user tests about an idea, you were like heavily disadvantaged compared to others who might come in there with a business idea that was already like developed. They were just trying to sell it. That's like the level of the starting point was different for everyone, which was so fucking BS that you then get filtered away. Because then, yeah, duh, everyone who's like already more developed in their business are gonna continue with the program, and then everyone else who actually needs to be on the program, like could make proper use of the program, they get left in the dust. Because like these people that already had all that progress didn't need to be there. They already had all the answers. They were just using it as like a way to circumnavigate some of the gray zones regarding what's it called, social benefits. Because they had like 6 employees. Literally, she told me she was part of a 7-man team or something, and they had literally 6 employees sitting in an office building somewhere, programming some kind of business-to-business solution software framework thing. And then she was there taking all the business class stuff in as the only person out of all of the everyone else in the team, and she already knew all this stuff. So why were they even part of the program? They didn't need it. They just used it as a means of furthering their business without having to like spend money on wages, because you got your social benefits instead. So they were fine. They just wanted to abuse it for the money. And the reason why there was a filtering process, just to quickly wrap around that, was that you got a pool. There was like a pool of money that could be used for consultancy. So you could use that for like a business consultant or something like that, who could help you develop some kind of extended business plan in the second phase and in the third phase of the program. And because they only had a limited amount of money, they could only let a limited amount of people move on. So not only did these people who already had the knowledge needed and already had a business, a product basically, sort of get like in front of the line, but they also got, benefits from already being in front of the line. You know what I mean? It was fucking bullshit. I got filtered away as well in the first part, simply because I was a one-man company and like video games. That's literally the only reason. And because you get filtered away, then immediately the job center goes like, well, it didn't work out. You better go back to applying for regular jobs and forget everything about your company. So good. A little bit of a rant there, but that's how stupid it was. But anyway, so you say you have tons of unfinished projects. I know it's not implemented, but you use some placeholder sounds music for your... Yeah, I know. That is also one of the things I do want to move on forward. What I was trying to get to also is that the MonsterStone demo didn't exist when I started Innovative Growth. The itch.io page didn't exist at the beginning of it. So I had a week in which I needed to make a polished and playable and publishable demo for the game. I had to make and develop all the surveys regarding it and get it into the hands of people and make them answer, which is on its own already like a massive task, just getting people to give you some feedback on a game. And I had to make the presentation as well and everything else involved. It's just like so many things that got squeezed into a single week that, I didn't there's reasons why there are game-breaking bugs in here. And I was so fucking exhausted that when I was done with that presentation and I later, a couple days later, got the message that I wasn't moving forward, I was just so fucking exhausted that I didn't have any energy to keep going on the project, regardless of whatever the job center says, right? Because even though job center says A, you can do B still. And it's a gray zone where they can't really do much about it. Oh, hey, Kata. just whining a little bit about unfairness in a program I participated when I was releasing MonsterStone. But anyways, Innovative Growth was a bunch of bullshit, because it was marketed as the main reason why people don't get started on their business businesses is that they just don't have time to develop them and aren't allowed to while they're on social benefits. So this program is for you if that's what you're looking for. Except you didn't get time to develop your products anyway. You got very little time for it, actually. Okay, they're looking... These palms aren't looking weird. They're looking how they should. So that kind of got me down in the dumps and made me just abandon ship, basically. I mean, the game exists still, and it's not like I threw everything in the trash. I just set it aside. Coming back to these days, though, 2 years later, I got a new advisor at the job center, and she mentioned that there was this program for startups that you could participate in if you were in that particular bracket, if you will, of social benefits where I am currently, which is a different one than I was back then. And she would, if I was interested, she could look it up for me. And she did. And now I'm participating in this different course, which is structured very differently. This course is 10 weeks long. And like within the couple first weeks to first month, part of it is like, okay, you're gonna register an actual company, like it's very real. I've already looked at bank options and figured out what I need to fill in, which is what I'll probably be looking into next week, getting the rest of those things finalized and set up, and everything should be good to go. And then I will be having like an actual company, like a publicly registered actual company, which normally you also aren't allowed to have in Denmark if you're on social benefits. But because of this program, you get extra dispensation to actually do that, which is really cool. Oh, hey, Cellfire. Good to see you here. I'm just stress testing the game, by the way. That escalated quickly. I suppose the reason why is like, in order to be like, if there's nothing on the line, you lose motivation, right? And if you don't have a CVR registered company and an account and everything set up, earning any money is also impossible. Like, you're not legally allowed to. But because of this program, not only are you allowed to do that as part of the program, but once it finishes after these first 10 weeks, you get an additional 6 months in which you're allowed to continue running and operating your business, being a registered company and everything involved. You still have to apply for regular, ordinary jobs and such, but you're still allowed to run the business for an additional 6 months afterwards. So compare that to the innovative growth course or whatever, where as soon as it ended, if you weren't like basically living off your business, you would go back to social benefits. Game looks like it's too fast to beat a level. Yeah, probably. There's a reason why that might be as well. These things, they don't scale according to the modifier as far as I remember, so that would explain why. I'm also just still stress testing the game, both you and Cellfire, just to make sure that everything works before we release it as like a public build. But the demo should get up today, as its updated version. Also, this is the level that you need if you want bones to upgrade your monster hunting speed. I think these are just pine trees. They're just snow-covered ones. Yeah. But it's like, I'm not entirely sure on what to do to... I mean, so here's the thing, Kata. Here's the thing. I don't think it's an issue that levels are relatively quick to complete, because the game is structured in this infinite loop where if you abandon these levels and revisit them, you have reasons to do so. And eventually, like, I do want to make it so that these quest objectives are also scaled according to the modifier of the level, so that they sort of follow suit, meaning that, you know, yeah, I do take advices. Let me hear it. Anything, literally anything. Because beyond the survey that I'm doing, I'm also taking in everything that chat has been telling me these last couple days. So let me know. Though I do think we're about that point where I know the few things I need to change for the build, but we can try and do a save and load and see if everything works. Should add cows. I can add cows. That is something I definitely can do. Don't know what to do about the resources for the cows yet, just like with a lot of the other things, but hey, I can definitely add cows. Milk. Yeah, I know milk, but what to use it for? I mean, you know, quests and such is the obvious answer. But do we actually have everything we need here? No, we need the white quartz crystals. Clouds, that's maybe just you, but without any sources of shadow levels. Look too shiny. Like desert is Trill is what, sorry? But other levels not really. Oh, okay, so yeah, for the snow levels and the desert, it's normal for the bloom to be this you know, blinding because it's snow. Like you can just, one thing I've specifically for the snow levels tried to achieve is that you can see the texture of the snow, but it's still got like that bloomy effect or whatever. Because that's something you see in a lot of games where whenever there's a snow level, it's just like, you can't see shit. And it's literally just becomes a white color, right? The snow loses all sense of texture literally everywhere. But I've tried my best to try and mitigate that by iterating on it a bit. Feeding the villagers in the castle map. That could be a quest, yeah. Add animals, providing meat and leather. There actually is... There are these sheep at the moment. Like, I have the infrastructure for adding these. These give you sheep wool. And... oh, hold on a second. There's something about these that I haven't considered. Seemingly, anyway. Yeah, okay. I never thought about that. Okay, that's a bug I need to address at some point. So, I don't know if you guys can see what's going on here, what I'm talking about. But these sheep, they are affected by the current level modifier, not the level in which they are stored. So whenever you take out a sheep in any level or any mob in any level, they're just affected by the current level's modifier, which is 5x, instead of the one they originate from. So now when these respawn, they have like tons of hit points and also drop tons of resources. Whoops. Rewrite your comment. Animals providing meat and leather. Reskin the animals based on the base terrain. That way they stay the same even if they look different. Oh. I think I understand what you mean. This is just faster to literally wipe any objects in-game by clicking mouse. You may add cooldown on that or make the area effect you placed on rock for other resources like to mine rock or chop trees in area due time, so it would be better than just chopping everything you by mouse. I already mentioned this the other day, that these harvesters are just like a proof of concept, but they are not fully implemented. Right now they only harvest one resource for every node, right? But they should eventually be upgradable as well as their own thing. I just haven't implemented it yet. It's as simple as that. Because I do want to make these more feasible in the long run. Because yeah, I do get it that for each level that you complete and the modifier goes higher, the only benefit of using these is that the trees, they last like it lasts longer before you have to move the auto harvester. That's the main benefit at the moment. So it's not like completely useless, but it's also like, as you say, eventually you will need so many resources, as I assume what you mean anyway, that you know, even if they do last for a long time, it would just take so long that it's not even worth doing. Final numbers are not final. Also, as you see, idea is to let you manage multiple areas, right? Yes, exactly. Like if we go back to the Golden Glow caverns here, I can queue up these copper ingots that are currently being Like this is a modifier 2 level, and these recipes are modified based on that level modifier, right? And we also have our copper mine over here, which currently is producing 2 copper every 20 seconds. The modifier is kind of like not like it's a proof of concept for these as well, because I believe if you revisit the Golden Glow caverns in a higher modifier, it just means like, oh, if it's a modifier of 5, it produces 5 copper every 50 seconds, so it takes longer and you get more, but in essence it's the same, you know, speed. So the idea here is also that these things should be upgradable somehow, but then that there is like a limit to how fast you can make them. So if you have a mine that produces 1 copper every 10 seconds, then you can't speed it up more than down to like, say, 1 copper every second or something like that. I haven't quite figured out where I want to set the limits on that. But then the idea is that, oh, if it's 2 copper every 20 seconds, then you can make it 2 copper every, you know, 1 second as well. And that way a higher modifier mine becomes more feasible, but only if you buy the upgrades for them. Does that make sense? As it can take like 10 minutes to get bars for quest. Yeah, the same things I just described are also going to be applicable to the smithy here. Is the intent, because right now it's the same thing where the crafting time scales according to the modifier just as the amount of material you get. So right now the only benefit here is that you can only queue up like 99, you know, things. So it's a bit more convenient when it makes more at a time, even though it takes longer because you have to click less. But there's no like other benefit beyond that, you know, it doesn't go higher and such. So like now, for instance, it's just still super slow. The only way you can speed it up is by doing it manually if you're really in a rush. I do think this is percentage based. I don't remember if the crafting thing is percentage based or not. It should probably be that, so that it's always feasible, you know, because that one is probably not going to be upgradable. But yeah, those are like some of the, I have thought about those too, so I hope those explanations clear up some of the things and concerns you guys have. So that you can make some resource to respawn due time, like ore in lava lakes, trees and forest biomes, and else. I don't want to make these resources respawn. The idea is that if we go to like this level right here, if I were to progress away from this level without completing this quest, for instance, and it provides you a building, then you will forfeit getting that building at the benefit of being able to progress through the game. So like in some levels, if you can't afford the building, the idea is that maybe you don't save it for later because you want to be able to revisit it so that you can get into a situation where you maybe can buy that building and it can produce some kind of passive income. And then of course through upgrades and items or whatever it may be, you can speed up those processes so that, you know, you get that passive income. Because of course the issue is right now that if I harvest all the rocks in the Golden Glow caverns, there's nothing here to give me copper anymore if I don't have this copper mine. So this is also a way to ensure that you'll, for instance, always have access to copper, which is required for the T1 pickaxe upgrade, right? That is at least the idea. And then that way, like, I can make some really cool level synergies, because that becomes a thing all of a sudden where, oh, okay, in this cave here, I can get copper passively. And if I also bought the smithy, I can convert that copper to ingots and in turn into coins. But then if I have another level that might have like a marketplace, say like the city, then I can take the coins that I get from one level, like I can produce as many coins as I want from that level, and then I can use it in the city level's marketplace to buy resources needed for quests in a completely third level maybe. Like that is the intention, at least, because you can save up to 5 different levels at any point in time, so the chance of you being able to establish enough synergy should be there. And right now it's very simple in that, okay, there's like one crafting building and one mine or whatever in this level, but I could make higher tier levels have more than just 2 buildings. You know, there's no limit on how many buildings I put in there. But that would also increase the difficulty because, or could at least, because then I can set up the quests so that the resources required to buy all those things are gonna require a little bit of RNG luck and I guess resource planning. It all depends, because it depends on which resources you need for buying these harvesting upgrades and which ones you need for the quests. If there's an overlap, say like I spend all my branches and pine logs on buying woodcutting upgrades for the manual harvesting, and I don't have any trees left you know, to get more pine wood and branches from, and the next level I load doesn't contain those resources but need them for some kind of quest or processing building or whatever it may be, well, then, you know, you've basically been overextending your resources. So sometimes, is the idea at least, it might make sense not always to exhaust all your stockpiled resources just for the sake of getting your manual harvesting up to the max. Also because at some point, you know, you don't need it to be that high, maybe. And that's also where you could play around with the idea, okay, maybe I don't need the modifier to go any higher for the time being, because if I do so, the future levels are going to be like really hard to beat anyway. At which point you can decide to like say, oh, I want to abandon this map entirely in favor of spawning a new one. This is a clicking game. You may add more things to click for future, like mini games for fishing, mining, or something, just to make player busy when we have nothing to actually do. Makes sense, but problem is with that, you don't actually need all locations anymore. You're literally clearing the whole map, making buildings. Don't need to ever come back since it's not, doesn't respawn and buildings produce. Well, yes, like, that is true, and that is actually also an intended feature, because I will have to get some resources to illustrate this. Hold on a second. Something is broken here. Why can I not? Huh, okay, I encountered some kind of bug. Well, I haven't even loaded the game, so what? What? Okay, I managed to break these somehow. That one works. That one now works. But yeah, the wood cutter and the forester is broken. Does anyone remember which level I plonked them in the last? When was the last time I saw them? Shit. Probably not in that level, huh? Might be that the abandoned level thing breaks them. Okay, I'll have to look at that. Yeah, because I had the monster hunter thing as well. Yeah, and the frozen one. Yep. Might be the abandoned level feature that then doesn't clear them up properly. Noted. Well, I guess we'll just have to manage with our manual harvesting, which is pretty high anyway, so it should be okay. What do we need? We need some gold, mangrove leaves, branches, rough serpentinite. Should be okay. But yeah, eventually it is intended for the levels to become obsolete, because otherwise, like, you know, you have 5 areas anyway, and why would you care about replacing them if there was no reason to replace them, you know? So levels shouldn't be a thing that is like eternal. like you save it once and then you're good to go. It should be something that you gradually replace as you progress. Either because you discover a new level that you haven't seen before with new resources or buildings that are really beneficial to you. Because that's also a way I can sort of play around with the level design, where some levels are going to be like heavier on structures but low on resources, right? So that you can't really get a lot of resources by manually harvesting them, but if you do have a lot of stockpiled things and like the right stuff at your disposal, then you can buy more buildings in that level and might have like a different kind of value to you, you know, because of passive generation. And then for the levels where it's like, oh, I don't really need the resources in this level, you can just maybe complete it immediately or decide to skip it in favor of lowering your modifier. The end goal of the game is probably going to be related to your modifier though, so to try and get to like the end, well, I haven't quite figured out how I want to do it, but it's possible that the end game is going to be like, oh, you need a high enough modifier or whatever. Why does that not work? Huh. Interesting. Well, it seems like the save feature is also a little bit broken. Like, game-breakingly broken. Oh my god, no. Yeah. How is this so broken? I haven't even saved and loaded the game. This is literally just like progressing from one to the next. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh well. Okay, I'm trying to read what you said earlier. Kinda. Reduce, huh? What you're saying is that, like, if I understand what you're saying, like make the AoE harvest faster, but at the cost of destroying some of the resources in the process. Is that what you mean? That's like a trade-off, so like you can make it work faster. I mean, it's already collecting all the resources at the same time. The more things that are within the AoE of the auto harvester, the more resources you collect with it. If the AoE connects with like 20 trees, then you're collecting 20 wood. If it only covers 2 trees, then it's only 2 wood at a time. So it's like, if it's a crystal field of 30 small like crystalline structures, then it's 30 resources at a time. No, the damage number shows that the center point of the harvester, and the number, if it's 17, then it's because it harvests 1 wood from 17 individual trees at the same time. That's how it works anyway. But, there was a lot of stuff that broke there. Yeah, so it's not like you can't speed up the auto harvester, but by like in theory, it's just that you can't upgrade it to be more resources per tree, for instance. So and just reduce mouse clicking damage. I can't. No, then it's going straight up against what like the whole point of the game is. The game is about upgrading your things, not like if you can't upgrade it less than 1 anyway. So then you would need to make the upgrades more expensive. But then the game would become so tedious that it's like, oh, I need like hundreds of resources to upgrade this thing. And besides, the different tiers of resources aren't even introduced yet, so once they are actually part of the crafting recipes, it's gonna be like very different. This is just like a proof of concept. So where to start though? But I hear you, I hear you. Like for an early access release, it would just be the infinite game mode, and then you just keep going for as long as you want. But like I've been thinking about what the end game for the game could be, to try and figure out what the overarching goal, like an end goal, could be. Saying like, oh, you've beaten the game now or something. But it's really hard for me to figure that stuff out without putting in some kind of storyline that you go through. You know? That's why the storyline is in the demo as a test anyway, just to see what it feels like. Because with that I can say like, oh, once you've cleared like up to a modifier of 5 or whatever, that's when the next storyline quest can trigger if you've beaten the previous ones. And then eventually at the end of the game you'd have arrived at like a modifier of 50, and the storyline says like, oh, now you can go and complete the last storyline mission and such. And then when you've done that, you've technically beaten the game, but can continue playing beyond that. But the story itself is like concluded and you've technically beaten it. That's at least what I was thinking. It upgraded for much. Not exactly sure what you mean by that. I wonder if it's because I didn't complete this quest that it all broke. Well, since I was playing in like the public build or the finished build, and it didn't produce any errors, I have to unfortunately go through that whole process again, trying to figure out where that bug happens, and then check the console for any error messages, or at least my logic to see if there's anything there. Also, when I implemented these auto harvesters, it was also a method for me to make testing of the game a little bit easier. Because having to harvest these things manually every single time when you're starting out at level 1 is a little bit time consuming, so... And I was just like, okay, could use that as like a game feature as well. Then I just need to figure out like what upgrades should be available to it and how I want to implement them at some point. Speed, you chopped everything before game restart. Was its normal speed, like destroying giant rock with like 4 clicks on it? I mean, right now I've got nothing upgraded, so this is a brand new game. And this is a 1 modifier level, so all the resources are only multiplied by 1, which is their base value, basically. Yeah, it was upgrades. These upgrades that I've invested resources into. So now my woodcutting is level 3 and my mining is level 3. So now I'm harvesting 4 resources at a time per click as a max. If there's not 4 resources left, it just harvests whatever it can and then destroys the thing. I thought that was just vanilla speed. Oh no, like, I mean it is, but it's like, it's not where you start. That's after a couple of upgrades, yeah. And since it caps, like, if there's not that many resources left in it, and say like, oh, there's 2 wood left in this tree here, then I only get 2 wood. So, you know, these trees only have so and so many resources in it. So if I have like a harvesting rate where I can harvest 20 wood at a time, but there's only 9 present in that tree, then, you know, this level won't be as beneficial to me in the long run once the upgrades become more and more expensive. Because then at that point, if I were to play this level, even if it's full of resources, if the modifier of the level is only 1, then even harvesting all the trees in the entire level might not even be able to upgrade my wood harvesting by more than 1 level. So that's how that works, right? It's an idle game economy in that sense, even if the upgrades are linear at the moment. But it's inspired by idle games in that sense. But I didn't want the game to become an idle game per se. I want it to be its own thing. So it's like, you know, you've got game mechanics and stuff that, like, features that you can recognize from other genres, but it's, you know, sort of new and exciting and different. At least is what I'm aiming for. If I hit it at that point, then you know, I've pretty much succeeded in what I wanted to do with it. Yes, exactly. If it's 1 HP, then there's only 1 resource left. That's what these numbers represent. So that, like, I can, what's my level harvesting speed now? Or amount? It's like level 12, so that means I can harvest 13 wood at a time, right? But, so that means I should be able to one-shot that tree. But this one only has 9, so it's only going to give me 9, it's only going to give me 7, and so forth. So yeah, that's how it works. Why it's already up to 9? Because the upgrades, they happen linearly, not exponentially. So, to try and put that in other words, like for instance, if I were to upgrade fishing, right? Right now I need 10 of these sunbleak fish and 2 branches. And right now I'm only harvesting at 1x speed. If I upgrade it, it just becomes twice as expensive, but it's not going to be twice as expensive the third time around. It's going to be the baseline cost added to it, so it's an additional 10 fish and 2 branches per level up. And that's just because it only happens linearly now. Alright, so now it's like level 2. So in order to upgrade to level 3, it's going to cost me 30 fish and 6 branches. So the cost does increase drastically because, you know, each time you level it up, it's going to become more and more expensive. The only thing is that it doesn't currently require more resource types, which is something I do want to add. So at some point you'll reach a threshold, say like, I don't know, maybe level 20 on the axe, or level 10 or something. And then at that point forward, you're gonna need like a 3rd resource. Then at level 20, you're gonna need a 4th resource. At level 20, like every 10 levels, it's gonna add another type of resource that you're gonna need. So eventually, you know, when it's at its peak or whatever, and if you want to continue upgrading it, you might need resources that you can't even find within 1 level. Okay? So that's kind of how that's going to be balanced. And it does say tier 1 right now, and isn't really explained because it's like just an idea at the moment. But the way that the game is going to be structured, as far as my planning goes anyway, is that, for instance, rough granite is going to be a T1 rock type, but then sort of like obsidian could be a T4 rock type. So that means if you go to like the lava fields level and try and harvest the obsidian there, but you've only upgraded your T1 mineral amount, then you'll just only be harvesting with like 1 obsidian at a time, because it's dependent on a different tier upgrade. I already have the UI set up for it, it's just not implemented, so that's why there's a scroll bar here, so that if you scroll down, it'll say like, instead of tier 1, it'll be a tier 2 and a tier 3 and a tier 4 and a tier 5. Does that make sense? But yeah. May just make it upgrade not for 1 damage per single hit, but for it has to be at least 1. I mean, it looks too overpowered, but the thing is, I've completely exhausted all the wood in this level, so, you know, it's not a game where you're supposed to stick around one level for hours at a time, you know? It's gonna be a completed and move on kind of thing. This is also just a tutorial anyway. So like, you shouldn't grow too attached to your levels, basically. But that's like part of that. I don't know if it's like a unique type of progression, but it's definitely not something that I recall seeing in other games per se. That within the same playthrough, you revisit the same levels, but at like, as like slight alterations of itself. It's fine, like it's supposed to give you that feeling that it's overpowered. It is a false sense of security though, because even though you're harvesting all the trees rapidly, in essence it just means that you're running out of resources faster, right? Because if I keep upgrading woodcutting, you know, I'm already short on branches and I can't get any more in this level because there's no trees left. So if I want more trees, I need to go to another level, right? But not just that, if I go to another level and the modifier is still just 1, the trees will be gone within seconds. So in order to combat that, each level is going to be modified according to, like, all the resources are affected by this modifier. So I hope you understand what that means. Main idea in line, your ideas would not make it any better if it's completely different from things you've imagined. The idea is that you collect resources, you use them to buy upgrades, and then that makes progressing through the levels easier and more convenient. So it's all about resource management and level management, I guess, as well, right? And each time you play like a new level, you have to decide when it's right to like move forward, and if you need it, if you want to save that level so that you can return to it, or if you want to like replace your save slots with another one. I can replace save 1, like this tutorial level, with this cave if I beat the cave, right? And then I won't be able to return to the tutorial level, which is fine. It doesn't really make sense to use the tutorial level as an example though. It's more relevant for levels beyond that. So for instance, if I complete this level, right, and I decide not to save it, I can re-encounter the exact same level, but all the resources are respawned. But because the modifiers affecting all the resources in here, like these mushrooms, right, they have like way more than 9 pieces of wood in them. They have like 29, 19, 16, that kind of stuff, because it's multiplied by 2. So basically, whenever you load a level, each of these resources, they define like a resource inside them that's a random value between one number and another number, and then that number gets multiplied by the level modifier. So this could roll a 7, for instance, for a mushroom tree or whatever, and then because the level modifier is 2, then there's all of a sudden 14 instead of 7 mushroom logs in this particular one. So that means if you go higher even, then if it's a modifier 5, then it's 7 times 5. right? So even though your things become more and more expensive and your harvesting speeds are also improved, the amount of resources in the different deposits or whatever you want to call them is also going to increase. So that means that if you don't upgrade your fish harvesting speed, for instance, eventually these fish pools are going to be so massive in like how many fish they have that it'll take you forever to harvest them, which can be a little bit of an issue if you're trying to acquire more secondary resources. So that's like where the resource management and planning comes into play. Yeah. It's like, I think you get the idea. It's just like you're not aware of all the considerations that I've made for the game. There's been a couple warnings, but nothing error-wise. But yeah, I think you get the general gist of it. It's just that, obviously a lot of the comments that I'm reading today are things that I have considered, but it's like, there's no exhaustive list anywhere that says like, oh, I've already thought about this and this and this. So there's no way of you guys knowing all these things, so you can just speculate. But here's the thing though. The fact that you guys are mentioning a lot of the things that I've already contemplated just reinforces the idea that that is the direction I should go, That is what makes it so bloody useful. Because if I'm just contemplating things and like, oh, this could be something I could do, but then don't actually like get any idea on whether or not that's actually what I should be doing or be thinking about, then I might be putting a lot of focus in areas of the game that are completely unnecessary. So don't be discouraged, is what I mean. And of course, when I'm saying, like, explaining all these things, I'm just explaining, trying to put out, like, my train of thought, because again, like, you have no way of knowing, so I don't take a critique and such. If you're worried that it comes off as a harsh critique or whatever, don't be worried about it. In the game industry, it's something called tough love, and it's something you shouldn't be afraid of, but rather be embracing. It can be really hot though, not going on the defensive. How about to make the game from not just easy resource managing, but for crawling for resources to be able to complete quests at all? Like, use too many resources for upgrades and you can't complete level and proceed forth. I've already pretty much done that. Like, this level doesn't contain any pine trees, so you can't get any branches. These mushrooms, they'll yield you these mushroom caps instead. So if I went in here and completely exhausted all my wood, all my pine wood, I don't think I would have been able to make this mine over here. And because all the side quests in an area get like abandoned if you progress in the level onwards from that level, you can't just return and buy this copper mine at some later point. So if you want the copper mine here, you have to not save this level, so to speak, so that you have the opportunity to re-encounter it, and then maybe then you can afford it, basically. That is the idea. Oh, yeah, but I mean, like, I can't complete this quest over here, even though these lava shrimp are provided in this level, because I was just unfortunate with the RNG on this lava pool here. Also, these costs that you see in here are currently not being affected by, but will eventually be affected by the level modifier. So, if the current cost is 250, that's going to be the baseline. Meaning, if I want to complete this level, it would have to be like twice that, for instance. And one of the resources here is actually copper ingots. And if you can't afford to buy or complete the smithy quest, you cannot make these ingots and thereby actually complete the level, forcing you to abandon it because you're soft locked in the level. That's by design though. Okay, and if you abandon this area, it reduces your multiplier by 1. So yes, you get to a new level, but the amount of resources present in that level will be diminished greatly from what it was in the previous. And as opposed to if I actually beat this level, the modifier goes up. So that's at least how it's intended. Let's just speed through this. Because I guess I really need to like save a bunch of levels up to make sure that everything is like working. So far this has been working okay though. Yada yada. I should also really like, if I want to make a dialogue and a storyline in the game, this is also again like trying to get the dialogue system to work and just stress testing all the different features that I have for it, see if it's versatile enough to make the different scenes that you would want or whatever. But it needs to be cut up in multiple sections. Because right now it's very reading heavy. I wonder if maybe the reason why the game broke is because I tried to save the game, but the antivirus program was like, no, access denied or something. Because if that is the case, then I need to put in like a failsafe so that if your game doesn't save, because this stupid antivirus programs don't allow you to for some reason, then it needs to not get stuck in that save process. Because that could be why some of the other aspects of the game broke, is because the game tried to save but then got stuck somewhere in the code, and because of how everything's put together, maybe that's what made it not work. But I don't know. So here we can complete a quest that requires gold silk sea breams and freshwater shrimp. Now, freshwater shrimp can be gotten from the tutorial level and the level itself here. So it's like, if you've collected fish in the first level, this one, you'd have an easier time being able to complete the side quest here. I know these chests aren't the most glamorous at the moment, but I have been working on ideas to make them more interesting, because they do provide like a small, instantaneous reward for discovering or opening them, right? But beyond that, like, it's nothing too crazy. So the thing I have been working on is to add some kind of artifact system to the game, where currently you can only get the artifacts from chests and quest rewards. And those artifacts are going to have like larger encompassing modifiers on some of the aspects of the game. It's just the stats are not implemented, so it's not going to be in the demo. But the game is very heavily focused on exploration, so the idea and intent is that a lot of the focus should be around like, oh, okay, what's the next level going to be like, and what secrets do they hold, and what things can you acquire in them, and more likely in the long-term game, like what kinds of buildings might they contain that you can make use of. Because once you have a better familiar understanding of what levels exist in the game, then you can also, like, you have more, it's a bit like a roguelike. You've got more pre-existing knowledge on which levels are worth more than others to bookmark and save, Whereas some levels might just be good for gaining a specific type of resource in large quantities, but like this one doesn't contain any buildings, but it has a ton of trees and stone that's all neatly gathered together, But it doesn't have a lot of varied resources. It's very plain in that regard. It's also got a lot of chests here and there, but and a single quest that you can do. But other than that, the entire level is, you know, mainly to manually harvest resources. Also, these trees have a lot of resources in them now because it's a modifier of 4. So right now I'm almost like back to, you know, where I started in terms of the speed it takes, or the speed at which I can tear down these trees. I do get way more resources out of it now though, so, you know, I can actually afford the upgrades much more easily. Even if they are like really expensive now. How about to make different areas and make you choose which way to move by spending resources? Like from Cave, for example, you may move to different areas, but no matter how hard you would manage, there would be some sort of rare resource to unblock your path. Out any multiplier, okay. Have enough for only to choose one path, so you have to choose which area would be more valuable. Also make you buy bookmarks for a hell lot of resources. So something I have been contemplating, and I can go a little bit into detail. So the different levels are going to be split up into tiers as well. So there's going to be a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, 4, and 5 categories for the various levels, okay? This is just me thinking or talking about what I've been thinking on, at least. So the idea is that there's going to be like different tiers of levels, okay? And that means that when you progress through the game, the higher tier levels should be more challenging. That's like one of the goals of this system. And also like give you more options on where to go, maybe, is what I was thinking. So in the beginning, for instance, like Golden Glow Caverns would be a T1 level, is what I would imagine. And what I could do for this, a level like a T1 level, is that you can either progress to a randomly generated T1 level or a randomly generated T2 level, for instance. But then in order to go to the T2 level, you need more varied T1 resources. So you can't just only collect resources in that level where that access point is available, like that branching path, if you will. But it does allow you to basically go to higher tier levels that way. But you can only choose one, right? Because it's going to be governed by the same system that is currently running everything else too. I mean, the abandoned area, like all of these markers are running on the same system, so they're all quests. The only difference is that these leave level quests are marked as such, meaning that once you complete either of those, they're like hooked up so that they remove all the other quests in an area. All right, so if you choose one path, it would prevent you from going the other, basically. What I do like though is the thing that you mentioned about saying like that some progressions, like the path you choose, might be requiring different resources. I actually like that idea a lot. If there'd be a global map, like which way to lead to what location. No, it's actually random, semi-random rather. So let me try and explain how that works. So I've made it so that I can tell the game that if you leave this level, it needs to, like, I can tell the level completion quest that it should either lead to a specific level or a randomly generated level within a certain tier. That's currently how it works. So that's why when you complete the tutorial, you always land in the Golden Glow Caverns. However, if you complete the Golden Glow Caverns, I'm pretty sure it's always going to be random which level is going to be the next. But in the case of the demo, you do get put into this storyline quests, which they're linear as well. They're like, the infrastructure for these is that, you know, it's if we say like your main storyline has 10 quests or 10 maps, sorry, then they're all going to be available in a linear fashion. But the way that they get unlocked is based on how high your modifier is. So if your modifier is 2 and you complete a quest and go to the next one, then the main storyline quest will override the progression to the next level and load the next storyline quest instead. And only when you complete that quest will you be able to go to the next one in the line of the main quest line. So, in other words, I could completely ignore this level, the storyline level, and not progress the story whatsoever, and continue just, you know, increasing my modifier as much as I want. Go to modifier 20, so say, even if it would mean that by modifier 20 you've actually unlocked 3 additional storyline quests. But that just means that once you beat this storyline quest and you progress onwards from the next level at modifier 20 or whatever that you beat, then you get put into the next storyline quest. And then it works the same way that, oh, now you're in the third storyline quest, but you can still go and get your modifier higher up even still, and it won't trigger a new storyline until you beat that storyline. Does that make sense? But the levels themselves are randomly selected from a list. So it's like it's a little bit more complicated than that. Would there be semi-magic mystery things? Sort of. One of the resource categories is actually called magical items, like these essences here. So it's possible to add any resource to the game. Like the game is so flexible, right? Because it's just a generic resource system. So I can just say like, oh, you need X amount of resources in order to beat said quest. But I can also do other things. Like in the tutorial, one of the first quests that you do is that you actually need to upgrade your T1 woodcutting and T1 mining to level 5 before you can complete that quest. Similarly, when you fight the skeletons, it uses this streak counter, which isn't really explained how that works in detail because it's just a proof of concept. But the general gist is that whenever you take out an animal or unit or whatever, it gets added to your kill streak, and whenever you progress a level, this kill streak resets. And the reason why that is so that you can't like carry over a kill streak from one level to another and then just instantly complete the quests there, because kill streaks they work slightly differently than resources. Also, it wouldn't be a kill streak if it you know, it never reset, if you get it. Speaking of magic and resources and all that though, I did mention the item system in the game that is currently just an experimental work in progress feature, but it's, you know, it's not outside the line of reason to make it so that a specific level will allow you to convert large quantities of higher tier materials into magical items. Say something that improves your harvesting speed of all stone regardless of tier by like 5%, or what do I know? You know, there's a lot of possibilities. So it's all a matter of implementing the different stats and attributes that I want to be able to modify, and then just make an item capable of doing that. So it's really easy to make plot twists for locations instead of just moving on the road. You can create portals to random locations you mentioned, and there's different rare resources to proceed different levels. Rock essence for mines, life essence for forest, fire desert. Yeah, for instance, I could actually do that too. Right now though, the biomes, if you will, are not represented in the random selector for the levels. It's all tier based. So right now, all these levels that you've seen are all tier 1, but some of them, due to the resource contents, might end up being like a tier 2 or something. It's all a matter of like, it's up for debate. And I haven't settled on how the tiers for the levels are going to work. Because another thing is that right now, for instance, this desert type map contains the same bushes and herbalism plants that you find in the first level and literally any other, simply because I haven't made any other plants, you know? But if you pay attention to this level, you'll notice that the only bushes or herbalism plants here are just these bushy leaf bushes. So in this particular level type, or particular level, you can't get the other herbs that you can from a lot of the other levels. So there's a lot of complexity regarding here. And the reason why the random choice of level is implemented that way is to improve replayability, but also make the game less predictable, you know? So that your experience is going to be different than that of someone else. Also, so that your playthrough of the game is going to be a different progression than that of someone else's. Naturally, though, in order to teach you how the game sort of works and ease you into it, that's why you get to the Golden Glow Caverns as the second level every time, because it includes both a structure for crafting ingots and coins, as well as a copper mine. And realistically, I should make like a second level that teaches you all this stuff, which is also linear, that you won't be returning to and you cannot abandon, you know? But that's like, you know, massive design considerations. Just types of resources then. From tier 1 bush, you get only one type of resource. From T2, it's maybe a new type of resource like berries, sometimes dropped by bushes. Yeah, or more likely, like in a T2 level, you'll find a completely different type of bush that contains different resources, right? Like this is also, I think, the only level that contains sheep in it. So there's a lot of possibilities, and that's also why the resource system is so expansive. Because it's gonna give you, it's like, I wanted to make a game around all these resources and managing them, and this is just what it is at the moment. So I hope it can become something pretty cool. That as well. Anyways, I need a quick break and I'll be right back. But this is good stuff, Kata. It's good stuff. T1 is basic, his green basic, T2 is magic blue bush. Maybe. I'll be right back. Much better. Okie dokie. Now, still haven't triggered that game-breaking bug. Got like 2 warnings. Material processing bar material doesn't have color mask property. That's okay. Yeah, that's fine. I have a suspicion that we have to like re-encounter that snow map. Okay, so this map doesn't even have any requirements for completing it. That's also a thing like I can do. I can just say like, oh, you can just leave this and get a freebie, you know. Oh, here's the city map. It's been a long while since I've been here. You need copper coins to buy a marketplace. No, it says mystery box. Is there a marketplace down here? There it is. Establish a market. Ah, but we can't actually get this one because we need pine planks, which you need a different level in order to process. So this is one of those cases where you can make a marketplace that can convert resources at cost of copper coins, which you can use, as I said, this level and its smithy and mine in order to produce, you know? You can also set up an auto harvester to keep fighting these mobs, as these skulls act as mob spawners that will keep respawning enemies. They do sort of patrol in an area though, so it's like trying to catch as many as you can in the AoE of this harvester. Assertion fail and expression task raster vertex buffer equals null. Okay, that's also just something graphical. I can work with that. This was also a level to try out and mess around with verticality a lot, because this is a very tall level, as you can probably tell. Like if I stand all the way up here. I think this is also the only level that has oak trees in it. It also has a lot of water in it. Angry Bit Games, thanks. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the chat. I am pretty proud of the graphical side of things. I've also had a long time to develop it, to be fair. Started working on this about a year after
Submit!
I sort of oh, thanks. I kind of started working on the graphical aspects of this about a year after I started university, and it was originally intended for a different game, and I've just been like working on everything from shaders to 3D and 2D development pipelines and figuring out how to use Blender, because when I started university I didn't even know how to use Blender or Unity for that matter. So it's been an ongoing task. What are you saying, Kata? Also, you may make level multiplier some sort of upgrade, not just making it for free after you go to another level, but to buy it for resources and all further have to cost a little more. I don't know if I agree on that. I mean, the modifiers are basically the reward for completing a level as opposed to abandoning it, right? That is kind of like where we are. Oh yeah, also this is I haven't really showed you this, but I'm very happy with these flags and banners that I can put on the levels. Are there any yeah, there's also different shapes of them. I don't know. There you go, there's like a triangular shaped one. It's behaving a little bit weird. Wonder what that is. It was like snapping into place or something. fuck? It's like the shader updates whenever I'm like enabling UI. What the hell? The fuck game? But why? Huh? This is like something I didn't know was a thing. Why is this a thing? Because it's literally like, I'm literally just enabling and disabling the UI elements and then updating it with the content release, but doing so seems to affect the shader for some reason. Like, what? That is mind-boggling. Yeah, I think the modifier is basically set in stone. That's how I want to do them. Because I think that's like the overarching thing that is tied to the level progression itself, since it, in theory, like you could consider it making the levels harder, right? Because you need higher harvesting speeds in order to get those secondary resources. But, you know. Yeah, I'm currently also trying to do a survey on this game so that if you have, like, if you want to help me out a little bit, you can go and fill that out. It only takes like a couple minutes, and you don't have to play the game. The current version of the game that's on itch.io also has a few bugs in it that can be game breaking depending on your game resolution, but you know, it's an option. So yeah, I can actually buy this. I also have the option of these reward chests to be of specific rarities, and I can also make the chests level specific even, so it generates like a random rarity. Like I can make rarity pools of chest types as well. So if I want a chest to only provide coins like these, then I can make 5 different rarities of chests that only provide copper coins, and then put a randomized chest generator into this level, and then it'll generate chests with different types of contents than the others, which is then specific, you know, to that level in terms of contents, but still randomized within the rarities. There are 5 different chest rarities, I believe, and the resources you get are also modified by the level modifier. So there's like 3 major variables there that make the chests more unique per level, also to increase the value of them, I suppose. So it's not just always the same generic resources that you get, but tied to the specific level. And the reason why I did that was so that I could have like some kind of theme, because that's like sort of the style that the game goes through, right? It's like every area has its own theme, such as this being like a cityscape map, and it contains 2 different pools of water as well. So in actuality, these fish up here, they're sunbleaks because they are freshwater fish. The water is also slightly lighter in color, whereas this down here is ocean type fish, in this case being like a tuna. So that way you can get 2 different types of fish in this level, though primarily the ocean saltwater fish type variant. You know. So a lot of world building in that sense, I suppose you could say. You also need tuna in order to complete this level. Again, because tuna is a major element of the level, including, you know, oak trees. And a little bit of copper, because it also has those stones in here. Right, we won't be able to complete that. Let's just complete that one. Don't really need any more fish. I did really just get like a move on. But talking about design and such has been really good though. Here's another like mix level, if you will. Oh, this is actually also the level that I needed for the one that we just left. But now if I go over here, you know, I can't buy that marketplace anymore. But in here you can make a sawmill or a carpenter's workshop. Also, since you... What? Oh, okay. So if you, since you're playing a living creature, some sort of character, what about to make him physically exist? Even if it's just as a token, just like the other mobs, and he may have hit points to suffer from monsters and areas where you'll be able to collect resources, not just for the entire map. Well, I get it, but it's like it doesn't really fit with the way that you control them, like the main part of the game, to have a character as well that you need to manage. Because otherwise, like, I would just have made it so that you control a character around, I think. And it's not just like the story that's there right now, it doesn't just revolve around him, but there's actually like already 2 main characters and 2 bad guys characters and a 3rd main character that is kind of planned, and another neutral side character. So if all these need to be present as tokens, like, I can do that because the assets are for it, like easy to set up for it, but I don't see any reason to do that. Also, these levels being randomly selected, you know, it wouldn't really work with how the storyline progresses, because you don't necessarily have, like, might not have encountered a specific storyline character when you get to a specific randomly selected level, you know? So not only that, but then for each and every level, I would have to set it up so that you have a token of some sort. I guess if you only did the player character, that would be manageable, but you know, the way that the game is structured, it's kind of beyond the scope of what I wanted to do here. So maybe another future MonsterStone title could be like an RPG, but making an RPG, you know, requires a lot of character 3D animated models, and with this type of gameplay I can get away with tokens, at least for now. So it's a little bit beyond the scope of everything. Well, my survey, thanks. The game isn't your type you play, though, so don't take it too seriously. Oh, that's fine. To try to be unbiased in your answers, though. As if you did like relaxing games. Well, that's fair. Thanks for going the extra mile as well. But yeah, it's so for context there, Angry Bit Games, the thing that I'm doing and have been doing this week is trying to get people to fill out that survey, or like Kata's doing, start some dialogue about the design of the game, because I need to validify the general design of the game to figure out if it's something that people actually might be interested in, and or if I'm at least going in the right direction with everything. I'm pretty confident with a lot of stuff, like, you know, the art style and such, I'm pretty happy with because I've worked so long on it. And a lot of the gameplay aspects, I'm pretty sure that I can get to like a enjoyable, you know, level, because I've played so many games myself that I at least know what I want. But that doesn't mean, as you imply, of course, that it's the same thing that everyone else does. And if you're trying to get funding, the most important thing is that you can get other people to like back your idea, right? To make it valid. So. Kata, you say, no, you don't mean to make some RPG to make him do anything. No, I understand that. But like, you're talking about, do we have like these guys, right? So that you can maybe put him on the map or something to maybe help you fight the monsters or harvest resources in the area, just as like an additional thing, I suppose. But that's also where like, oh, I broke something. Okay, so right now it seems that we can actually test this. So right now I can move the auto harvester for this around, and if I try and find you there, if I abandon this level, what happens? Missing target object for unit engine transform position. Oh, okay, we triggered a game-breaking bug. I should have saved before I tried that. Shoot. What do you say? Didn't give me a 1 because you don't like the style of games. You rated it based off your knowledge of other relaxing games and what type of content it currently is in. Type of content is currently in, yeah. I think it's fine, mostly just needs more features. Yeah, I mean, it is a demo, it's a vertical slice. So I've been working pretty hard to make sure that that vertical slice at least gets the base concept in. But I agree, there definitely needs more features, and there's also more planned. The current development plan is that once I'm done with this business development course that I'm taking, I have 6 months worth of time where at the beginning of that, I would like to establish a Steam page with like the demo on there as well, and an early access release plan towards the end of that 6-month period, maybe 4 to 5 months after that, with the early access having most, if not hopefully all, the features that I am still need to implement in some way. And then going forward from there, if it's profitable enough for those 2 additional months or however much long it's going to be in early access with running updates, of course, to continue developing on it for at least a year for a full release. That's my current estimation anyway. I believe I can make it happen within that time, because I've spent about 6 months on the current iteration of the game, and as such, I imagine that another 6 months would put it at least to a point where I can put enough features and content in there for an early access release, and then spend a year basically finalizing and adding the rest of the content so that it's a full game. Oh, morning, Loki. Think I'm on a good track. Yeah, I have these milestones. It's like after having been basically demotivated to continue working on this project, I've tried to figure out, okay, how much time should I be spending on this if I went full time on it? And because of the circumstances that revolves around this business course, I'm actually allowed to run a company in a professional capacity for the duration of the course, and again for another 6 months afterwards, without it having any consequences on the social benefits in terms of the money that I get for the government for basically just being unemployed at the moment. So, based off of personal experience, initial sales can be unpredictable. I assume so. The big sales come when Steam discounts your product and advertises it. And then you can make 10 times your initial sales. Wow. That much, huh? Crazy. I knew that sales had a huge impact on... Well, discounts had a huge impact on sales, but not that it was that drastic. But yeah, I'm also a little bit... That's also what's got me worried the most. Yeah, it is. It's like you're allowed to register as a CVR number as to have an official business, and have a business account and a bank and everything, and make money off of it without the job center saying like, hey, you're not allowed to do that. So it's pretty cool. And I've been on this course for, like, this is the 3rd week now where I'm doing this market and user analysis on the game, on my particular business. And then next week is going to be like working on a draft for a business plan. And of course this comes into consideration there too. And then getting a CVR number and such sometime, hopefully next week. The draft for everything is already there. And the guy teaching us is like... he's very motivating to be around, and he's like a consultant that consults businesses, and you can partake in this course as part of like the being unemployed at the job center, so that is why that like I don't have as many other responsibilities. That's why I can spend all my time on it. It's more because Steam advertises it for you. It just throws it in front of so many eyeballs. That makes sense. It's also like if your game isn't new and trending, I suppose it doesn't get put on the front page then either, right? So, okay, let's try and see if we can't locate this. So it's in my messiest of low graphs. Well, let's try and locate this sucker. Oh, what do you know? It's in level progression. Gotta say, it looks beautiful. Oh, you mean the black screen? Or the scene here? I don't know what you're which you're referring to. I mean, this black screen is just because the fucking game broke. All right, so idle clicker, and it's in here somewhere that breaks. Just gotta look for the red stuff there. So it's the auto harvesters. And it's not allowed to set the position, probably because what, the game object is null? I mean, I have a null check here. So if this object is not null, then it'll set the transform. But there's some weird stuff going on here. The name is not used by this unit. There's some weird things in here for sure. Next year, GGJ, want to come over and do a weekend project? Get an audio dude and graphics dude as well. Do something cool. What is GGJ? If you don't mind me asking. I don't know why this is misbehaving. I assume just reconnecting the things is going to be okay. Maybe when I redid the unit options for Bolt, it messed up. By the way, Angry Bit Games, since you say that you have also experienced the entire game here, in case you're wondering, is mostly running off of Bolt scripts or flow graphs. So this is also an excellent showcase of what's possible with visual programming, by the way. It's something that old school programmers are going to frown upon and say like blasphemy. But I'm a very visually minded person, so this has actually been a way easier and more convenient way of making the game than usual. Global Game Jam is one of the few game jams that are designed to be done from home. Oh, okay. But still organized enough to compete with people from all over the world. You've done it twice with your friend Magnus that you also do Chamster with. And you've had so much fun. Last game you made was in 14 hours. Oh, that sounds like a lot of work in a very short amount of time. I've participated in a few game jams myself. Over here, actually, the semester at my university that I was a part of started a new game jam up, which is now organized in a much larger fashion. It's one that's called Create Jam. And the reason why it's called that is because our the building that we were situated in, and which is also where the game jam took place, and I assume still is the Create building here in Aalborg. Okay, let's try and just, I guess testing this is going to be easy because we just need to not bookmark it. But yeah, I was there in the beginning, so. Okay, so it still breaks, huh? Nope, okay. It was just being a laggy bitch. Also, probably doesn't help that I've got the flow graph in the background here. Sure, do that. I haven't really done any game jams in quite a while because I'm really bad at going. Users don't care what your code looks like. If this is what gets the job done, do it. You're one of the old school guys, and I'm talking about. But you're also realistic and know what the market cares about and doesn't. True. Also, the code, bolt code, actually gets converted internally to C# anyways. And as a matter of fact, in order to use bolt, at least, you need to know C# anyway, because everything is like, you know, transform, position, you know, gets and sets. So if you know the lingo, the syntax, it's much easier to work with. Also, when you set up bolt, you actually get the option on whether or not you want human language or programmer language, as they put it. So if it's human, or rather, I don't really know what it's like for human, but for programmer, it's the transform dot position dot, you know, all that stuff. So that makes it a little bit easier. The only thing that's very different is the way that you structurize your code, because it's all visual and it's using this flow system, which is basically just a way of saying if your script starts from top to bottom, then flow is that top to bottom, but, you know, the direction that your code flows. Yeah, it's not so bad. What makes it mostly bad is that if I needed to work with other people, this would be problematic. Also, right now, the main script that handles most things in this idle clicker thing here is very messy, because it very quickly ended up doing a lot of things, and this is where I started. So a lot of these, and I already talked with Loki about this yesterday, should really be isolated and moved into their own things. So yeah, it does. As a matter of fact, something really cool, which I do want to mention real quick, is that I remember reading about Bolt 2, as they called it, and Bolt 2 is actually really cool. I can try and look it up for you, or for everyone, actually. Just give me a moment. See if I can find that article, because it talks about a lot of cool... Not that Bolt 2. I'm not talking about the fucking Disney movie. Let's see here. Okay, this talks about that Unity killed Bolt 2. Okay. Interesting. Maybe they are not going to do that then. The hell? Hello there, Himat. You don't? Sorry, I don't what? There we go. I think I found the thing that I was talking about, because Ludic were the ones working on this. Was like back in 2018, so I have no idea if this has actually been abandoned or whatever. Anyways, so this is what they wanted to do. I don't know if they are actually still going to do that, but the idea was that whenever you did bolt code, you would be able to see the C# script equivalent of that code back to back, basically. So this is like an example of what that would have been like. I don't know if they ever did this, because I'm still running the old version of Bolt that you had to buy separately, but now Bolt is like part of Unity, so yeah. If I can zoom, please. There you go. But yeah, it basically just showed you this code back to back, so that you could like I don't know if you could write the code like this and get the Bolt code version of it though, but it does show you, like, when if you're talking about the code with someone else who doesn't know Bolt much, it's also easier for them to understand, but also you can use this as a learning experience. Let's see here. Yeah, classes. That's just a lot of stuff. Try and reset this because this is a little bit... Oop, that was the wrong one. Zoomed into 250%. But yeah, I don't know if they ever went forward with this. So... meh. I don't know. I don't personally need it. So... that's where we are. Okay, but... it does seem like if I fixed this issue with the level progression thing, because you don't have functions in Bolt, you have super units, and that means that you can't really reuse code in the same way without straight up copy pasting it. And then if you need to change it, then you need to go in and change and then copy paste that all the other places where it's applied. So it's not always the best, but you know. The good thing about this is that you can't make syntax errors in the same way that you do with regular code. You can't misspell position, or you can't like forget to put, you know, that, what's it called? The semicolon at the end of your lines. You can't accidentally forget to put in a bracket the right place. Like all those things are just completely gone with this system and annihilated out of the pipeline. So not only that, but I can also like notice how the game is actually running right now. You know, you can see all the mobs running around. I can change the code while the game is running if I want to. So if you have like some kind of dynamic thing that you need to test in a live environment, then instead of constantly pressing play and going out of play mode and going back and changing things and going back into play mode and then back and forth, compiling scripts and all that, you can just like edit the code while it's live. And because it's based on this flow system, whenever you do something in regards to this flow, it also visualizes. So if I quickly abandon this level, we should see like a blip over here. Bloop. So basically like it shows, oh, the code went through here. And you can also, and the way that you see what the values were passed along like is by looking at the flow graph. So like when it passed through the last time, the last step of this for loop, these are what the values were. And thus if an error appears, it'll also be like showed in red, though you have to find it by looking around. You can't control F. That's about, you know, without going into much detail, how Bolt operates. So it's what I would say is that it's really, really good as a solo developer, or if you want to make prototypes. So if you're like a level designer and you don't want to make like full-fledged implementations, but you would like to make a puzzling game mechanic or something, you can do that in an afternoon and then have it all tested and ready basically by the next day. So really quick to do stuff. No, you don't. It stays. So if I change this code and stop playing, then the changes are in here. So like we're in play mode, right? And if I just say like, I don't have to hook it up either, but transform.position get, we can just hook it up, you know. And then, I don't know, update. I don't even need that because this only applies if you actually need to set it to anything. But basically, like, you know, all this code is in here. I press play to go out. Just needs to import some safe data, but yeah, it's all there. I think also if you change like hard-coded values in here, they also stay the same. So say if you're looking for like a specific tag or something, or whatever it may be, then those changes also stay, as opposed to like things you put into the inspector. The only other thing that's a major hassle is that Bolt does have its own variable system, but they are not serializable. So in order to have serializable data or serialized data, you need to use C# scripts to define your variables still, which in my case means that my scripts are very simple but quite long, because I use a lot of variables for my game, but I don't really do much code with them. So, and you can technically just say like, oh, a public list like this, and it'll automatically generate a get and set function for you. But I've specified them like this because that's what I was told by a programmer that I probably would want to do just for good measure. Also, if you make traditional C# code, they actually become available in Bolt in here as like things. So you can like have a function that you define through C#, and then it'll be in here as well. And then you can say like trigger that by going, what was this? Sort by sort priority, whatever. I don't know if that's gonna pop up. Nah, it's not. But just take my word for it. There's like things you can do there. But if that's... I wonder if that was all I needed to do. Because the game was breaking before this. And I'm like trying to think, was there anything else that we managed to break? Because now because this doesn't break anymore, the auto harvesters should be put into the right hierarchies like they're supposed to. And not only that, but it shouldn't make the game like get stuck anymore. Oh, that's fine. The 2 nodes are already deleted. But even like, you know, you can have these nodes here and it doesn't matter. So like you can have, this is basically like the equivalent of commented out code. If it's grayed out like that, it's never run. Code is only ever run if you have a flow that goes through it. So even if you do a get or a set, unless there is an actual function that uses that get and set function itself, like the value that they need, then the get or setter isn't actually run at all. So only when things are being used is it run. And I haven't encountered any performance issues, you know, in the compiled version of the game. Obviously, running this flow graph is computer intensive just as much as any profiler would be or whatever, but you know, that's to be expected. So yeah, but yeah, you're welcome. That's the least I can do. That's also why we're here, learning from each other. So I also like talking about my game after all. Also, programming is very interesting because my background is that I started out making level design way when, and I always wanted to make games, but initially I was a bit unsure of my own capabilities and a little bit afraid to get into 3D modeling. So for a very long time I was just making Half-Life 2 maps using the default assets that are available in there. So, you know, just working with what you got, learning all the tips and tricks of making decent level design and how editors work. And then eventually I like started university course, and by then I dipped a little bit into Photoshop here and there, doing a few things, improve my drawing skills at least to a okay decent level, but still hadn't done any 3D modeling or more like full-fledged game development. Oh, okay. See you later, Kata. Thanks for dropping by. But eventually, like, you know, you got to start somewhere. So the first couple of games I ever worked on was back in grade school, and that was using Game Maker. I had like a small side-scrolling shooter thing going, and it was actually pretty fun. it was also an infinite thing, so it just kept getting harder and harder until it was so hard you couldn't beat it anymore. And it was just based around the idea of getting a high score or whatever. But then after the first year of university, a friend of mine and myself, we decided that, okay, we're finally like, we're grown-ups or something. Let's go and make our own game. So we made an infinite runner for Android, which is no longer available, called Rerolled. And it was a pretty good learning experience. I'd never used Blender up until that point, so we had basically a summer's worth of time to figure shit out. And that meant, oh, okay, we need to figure out how to use Unity. I need to figure out how to use Blender. And my friend needed to figure out how to use Visual Studio and whatever programming, C# and such. It was pretty tough getting into it. And like, what we spent an entire summer working on and learning, we could probably do in like, you know, a matter of maybe 2 to 3 days or something, because it was that basic. But you know, you got to learn how to work in the environment and all that. So I can definitely feel now that my skills have improved. But after we made that, we wanted to go bigger because we felt confident that now we learned the basics. Now we can make like a full AAA title or whatever indie game. I'm also testing the save load feature right now. But we weren't quite sure on which type of game we wanted to make at first. But we were playing Gemcraft at the point in time. AAA indie game. Yeah, exactly. Just exaggerating it, of course. We were overconfident in our abilities, even though our first game was kind of trash. But we really wanted to make something more advanced. And we were looking at like Gemcraft, and we were kind of being, what do you call it? We felt that it was a shame that Gemcraft ran so poorly mid to end game, where it basically became a chore to even play it, because levels will, in Gemcraft, if you've never played, it's tower defense. Eventually, when you get mid to end game, the strategies that you employ mean that there's going to be thousands of enemies on the map at the same time. But the game engine is like, I think it's Java based, and it, instead of motivating you to get fewer condensed enemies, it motivates you to get more strong enemies. So not only are you getting more enemies to spawn in through game mechanics, but every single enemy is also much, much stronger as a result of that process. And the game doesn't really work well with it. So you just end up having like, you go from levels that take 20 to 30 minutes to doing infinite runs that go in the several hours mark. And that's just one level, you know, and you have to do this for every single level in the game if you want to progress, because the way it works is that you accumulate XP, right? Depending on modifiers and how well you do and how far you get. And only if you beat your previous XP score for a level do you gain more to progress further in the game, right? So that means not only do you have to somehow figure out how to get further in this infinite run, but you also have to like deal with the damage numbers and all that stuff. And every time you replay it, it just, you know, it takes longer and longer to beat because you build stronger towers that attack multiple times per second over larger areas of the battlefield, hitting multiple like larger splash area radiuses, affecting more enemies. And the enemies, they get more effects like shields and more hit points, and just take longer to beat. And it just accumulates to a point where it just takes more and more resources to run the game. Also, your frame rate gets worse. Exactly. Well, Kata, yeah, but you upgrade one tower to shoot like hundreds of times per second dealing massive AoE splash damage against thousands of enemies. Each time you hit an enemy, the game needs to process this. And there's also all the particle effects, or just the managing of the projectiles that your tower shoots out. So at least in my experience, and I'm not entirely agreeing with you either, but in my experience, the game just becomes super laggy. The strategy that I employ is that you build these traps in the floor with mana leeching gems and splash damage, and every time an enemy walks over them, you get mana to upgrade your main primary tower. But in order to get a lot of energy mana this way, you need to hit a lot of enemies within a short amount of time, and you need these traps all over the entire level. So each step of the way that the monsters walk towards your crystal, or whatever it's called in that game, you generate mana, but you know, they are also triggering multiple of these traps all at once. So it's not because it's impossible, Kata, but it depends on the strategy that you employ. And some strategies are just really laggy compared to other ones. At any rate, what we wanted to do was that, okay, we really like the gem craft and the way that it works and all that. But how can we make like a gemcraft inspired tower defense with our own spin on it that also is optimized to run better? So yeah, shooting for 1/3 of the map range. Yeah, it's like a different strategy, I suppose. But anyways, we sat down and were like, okay, let's make this tower defense happen. And that's when I actually started making some of those, like these trees are back way when. Some of the textures for the terrain are also from way when we started working on this. And the design is there. The design is fairly solid. And also differentiates itself enough from gemcraft to be its own thing, but my friend unfortunately decided that he would rather become a full-fledged software engineer instead of a game developer. So when we both finished our studies, like 3 years ago or so by now, he basically abandoned any notion of even developing games as a hobby, and yeah. He basically left the whole project in the dust. And because he was making all the code and I was focusing on all the visual and design aspects, like we were designing the game collaboratively, of course, but I was working on level design and game assets and textures, and he was working on code. I was suddenly left with a bunch of code that I was like, what do I do with this now? Because MonsterStone, the original game was like very heavily, like we hadn't cracked pathfinding even yet. Even though there's many guides on how to make pathfinding happen. And as a result, it was this situation where it's just easier to start over than try and figure out all the things that he'd worked on. So all of that code exists somewhere, but I basically decided to abandon that idea also because, you know, okay, well, I need to scale down to a project that I know that I can actually do. So I didn't want to focus on a project that required a lot of heavy math and pathfinding algorithms and condition checking where things could go wrong, while also being heavily focused, like content demanding. Because there's just no way that I would be able to do both of those to a satisfactory level and be done in a semi-reasonable time. So I basically took everything that we worked on and I reworked it into MonsterStone Prelude. The old title was also just MonsterStone, but, you know, that's now the past and this is what it's currently going to be like. What I have been thinking is that if I can get established and all that, MonsterStone is maybe gonna be like a story world kind of thing, or world building world thing, where instead of having to start from scratch, similar like a franchise or whatever, I can maybe make different types of games set in the same universe, hence the Prelude subtext for this title, at least. But yeah, that's basically a brief overview of the background for all of this. Let me see. I need to select the end level cost manager. And let me see, is active? No. Save unload try, because right now it's like available at the get-go, which it shouldn't be. But yeah, I still have assets for the tower defense at hand and stuff. Because it was supposed to be like a three-dimensional tower defense, which sort of leaned up at familiar game progression mechanics like Gemcraft, but because it's 3D, occlusion of towers and enemies and such all of a sudden has an effect, meaning that if an enemy walks behind a hill and a turret is blocked by trees or whatever in the hill itself, it can't actually hit those targets. Whereas Gemcraft is just top down and there's nothing that blocks their path. But yeah, that's maybe a future project. Okay, I think this should be fine though. I'm a little bit worried about the save loading thing, but there's not much I can do about it at the moment if it's dependent on your antivirus program. Angry Bit Games, actually, if you're still here, is that something you've ever messed with? Digital certificates and all that bullshit? Trying to put it in a not too angry way. Because I've basically tried understanding why it is my game gets caught up by the antivirus software. For most, like Avast caches it, the exe, and isolates itself and just puts it in quarantine, even if I build the game from my own computer. And it happens to other people too, like it's not just myself. As far as I remember reading and getting told when I asked about this on an indie game forum on Facebook, someone told me that it's related to digital certificates, saying that, oh, okay, you need to pay like 1,000 to 2,000 Danish crowns or something to get a digital certificate, and then that'll allow you to mark or link your digital certificate with your particular software, in this case the exe for MonsterStone, and then that will be recognized, that certificate will be recognized or something by antivirus programs as a legit non-malicious piece of software. And because you paid money for this, then it's like not a virus. Yay. Meaning that any malicious, person or whatever, person making malicious software having any kind of money can just buy these certificates anyway and not, worry about their virus getting detected through the system in it regardless. So it's like, why are these digital certificates a thing? And as far as I know, there's no other way around it. It's just how it is. Let's see here. 2022, this is the one. Delete that. Build you. There. Oh, you never have. Also, you wouldn't pay for a digital certificate. You think there are other ways around it. You never had a problem with a Unity game being picked up by a virus protection. Really? The exe for MonsterStone gets quarantined by Avast. Like, as soon as you try and launch it, it puts it into monitoring, putting that blue border around it. And then once it's done, it says like, yep, that's a virus, putting that in quarantine. It doesn't even warn you about it. It just like does it to you. And then you have to go and manually restore it. You just tell users to check to see if their virus protection software is blocking it. Most softwares you can tell it an exe is safe. Yeah, you can make exceptions. A friend, one of someone who's also comes around chat frequently, named Arkham, he was testing the game the other day, and his saves for the game just stopped working properly. Like his save got broken, and it might be that his antivirus software detected that this program was saving files onto his drive or something, and it basically quarantined some of those files, meaning that the save became broken as well. I don't know how to deal with that one either, because that's not a program like an exe that needs an exception anymore. It just sort of happens. Also, the problem with that, of course, like I've done that in the past, by the way, because when, like 2 years ago, when I was sharing MonsterStone with the initial demo and all, I was doing it in an idle game community forum, and they kind of like I emphasized that, okay, there's a possibility that your antivirus program might detect it as a virus, and immediately they said like, oh well, that's reassuring. Like basically because I came in onto Reddit, into this subreddit where I had an account, right? I had a Reddit account, but I hadn't used it for like ever since I made it 5 years ago, however long it was. So some people felt it was a little bit suspicious that here comes this 5-year-old account out of the woodwork with a game that's playable into some random subreddit and posts about it, you know? And then also says like, oh yeah, by the way, your antivirus software might consider it a malicious program. Which is obviously not the best way to attract people to go and try out the game, I suppose. Also, as it was actually quite, interesting, because the idle game scene itself sees a lot of games being developed, but usually the very simple kind. And a lot of people that make idle games will go onto the subreddit and post really early gameplay footage or whatever of the game where there's basically no UI or any effort put into it almost. It's just a basic idle game concept on like a surface level, and then they ask for feedback. So it was very out of the ordinary that I came in there with something to this level of detail, requesting feedback. So it's like every single day there's like 10 people coming into that subreddit or something with new idle game ideas that they want testing, and it was really hard to work with, and it still probably is, because the mentality is, oh okay, normally people put it up on itch.io as something that you can conveniently play in your browser, doesn't require any install whatsoever, that you extract like a zip file or anything, you know, you can just play it in your browser. And as people told me who were more frequent in that subreddit, getting someone to download your game is basically gonna be impossible for that genre, simply because people don't want to spend the time doing it, apparently. Like, which I don't quite understand why. Like, if you're already looking at the itch.io page and you feel enticed by the graphics and or trailer or whatever, then, and it's not enough for you to go and download something that's literally free to try it out, then like what else can you do as a developer to try and get the game out there, you know? So I don't know, maybe it's just because it's that genre of game and it's just excessively difficult for that genre alone, or maybe it's just not the right user base, is what I was also thinking, because this isn't a traditional idle game per se anyway. So that's also why I want to go away from tagging the game as an idle games only, you know. it's kind of evolving to become its own thing at this point. But at any rate, it was still very interesting to get some feedback that way. But yeah, people just don't want to like download it. And then if you also say like, oh, your antivirus software could maybe like be detecting it as a virus, that's like, you know, the final nail in the coffin. So you plan on making it Steam distributed. Exactly. Steam will mark it as safe executable, so you will have this problem for random downloads, but you shouldn't have the issue with when sold. Yeah, I'm actually curious about that, because I assumed as much, but that also means that Steam has some kind of collaboration with the antivirus software, the distributors. Wow, that was like hard to say. Which makes sense, you know. And it's also like, if your software directly is malicious, you're liable for that. So it's like a part of the, I assume it's part of the agreement that you sign with like Steam, for instance. And at the end of the day, you know, I want to be able to make this profitable. So it's like, why would I make it malicious? But naturally, you know, people are naturally cautious, especially when they're used to like a scene where idle games, at least, are developed so frequently that they hardly pay attention to the tons of small game concepts that get put out, you know? So I hope that it's going to be easier on Steam, at least. And again, like it's going to be the same demo on itch.io and on Steam, is what my intention is anyway. Like, I'm going to update both so they're both stable if there's changes made to it. And I hope that on Steam that I can use the wishlist system for the early access version of the game. Because as far as I remember, for early access, if you set up a page on Steam, you have to specify like a date for it and all that stuff. So once I do that, everything starts becoming really real, because now you have like an actual deadline, you know? It's both exciting and a slightly bit terrifying at the same time, you know? But I'm sure it's going to be fine. Let's just get some levels done here. There probably still are ways to break the save even if the virus program doesn't do it for you, though. Ah, hey Toto. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. I also should add a chest into this level, but I forgot about it. Also, this, in case you were wondering, there is no sound for the game at the moment, but that's probably one of those things that once I start implementing placeholder sounds, which is on the to-do list, I'll probably update the demo version with those placeholder sounds as well, assuming that I can find proper ones that I can actually use for that purpose, but, you know, shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, it's like everything in the game apart from these icons are custom made for this project. So all the 3D models, all the textures and everything for the terrain, all the shaders to a certain degree, at least this lava shader and the water shader, they are all custom made too. The only shader that I can remember I'm not using outright, like I didn't make, is the one for the foliage, because there exists like really cheap solutions for that are very, very good. So making them yourself just isn't feasible. And then I think originally I used some prediction shader stuff for the terrain, but I used the stuff that I learned at university combined with how they did it for that asset, and I made my own. It's been a lot of work though. Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne, yes. I mean, it's supposed to, right? It's not coincidental that I went for a similar graphic style, not just because it's easier to work with, but also because I want to hit that nostalgia effect for some of you guys, just as like a tribute for, because Warcraft 3 has shaped a lot of my like progress as a game developer, because that's one of the, Warcraft 3 probably has the best world slash level slash game editor in existence, or ever made at least, because it's just, you can make anything with that. It's ridiculous. You could make the entire game with that almost. There are a few limitations, but other than that, it's really versatile. I mean, this bridge just screams Warcraft 3, right? Obviously, it's something I made, but still. Doop-a-doop. Doop-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I'm just trying to, like, while I'm talking, think of ways to break the game, but I can't really come up with anything. Just try and switch levels. So this level, I was wondering if it's working appropriately. I don't know why the snow level strikes me as a more problematic one, but I don't know. The game also runs pretty well, based like in comparison to like, compared to how I'm actually keeping all the levels loaded. I mean, it seems okay. Gotta get some work done too. All right. Yeah, it's also like, I am noticing that I'm talking much more than actually working on this on stream, but since I'm doing market and user analysis and also validifying this, I think it's fine for now at least. But thanks for dropping by, Angry Bit, and I hope to see you sometime in the future. I tend to do a lot of regular gameplay streams, but since I'm working on this market analysis thing this week, this is what some of the streams have been like. So I've been looking for a Warcraft 3 custom map called This Is a Map. It's the first prawn game Toto played. Wow, Toto. I remember those. I remember those types of games. Got a zombie arm. I have a... Oh yeah, there was one thing that didn't work as intended. That's true. I remember now. It's not game breaking per se, but it is an issue nonetheless. Well, I do have a functioning build. I think how I'm gonna do it is that by the end of the day, I'm gonna be uploading... By the end of the stream today, I'm going to be uploading that that version to itch.io for anyone who's interested. Like Cellfire, if you're still around. But for the time being, though, there was one more thing that I remember. And it's tied to the mob spawners. How do these work again?
Nerd, you're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd. No one likes you. No one likes you.
All right, Toto. Fair enough. I can take it. So let's see here. This is how a spawner is set up. So we've got our spawning hierarchy, which contains all the objects. Original prefab name, spawn at spawn origin, infinite spawning, enable spawning draw gizmo, spawn delay, spawnable enemies. So let's take a look at this. This is also where the flow graph is. This is probably gonna be a bit of a pain to figure out where it is, but one step at a time, I suppose. Okay, so what we're looking for is the spawning of the enemies. So of course, first I check to see if we should even spawn something, and then if we should spawn something, then we pick a random enemy to spawn. Then we pick a random rally point that's available. Get random circle target location. So that's like the location around that target. Here, instantiate new enemy and add it to a list. And then all these green lines are setting the variables, I assume. Interesting. I think this only spawns them. It doesn't actually set their resources, which is probably a good thing. That does leave me with one issue though. I need to figure out where what would be the fastest way. Because we need to find the enemies. That's for the old MonsterStone game. So it not be streaming assets. I think it's resources, prefabs, creatures, tier 1 creatures. Yeah, here we have the tokens. Cool. And then here, idle underscore resource underscore creature underscore sheep. There we go. So what do we have here? Interesting. So this just creates the effect. They don't actually set the resources on them. Okay. Idle enemy manager. Let's just make sure I didn't do something stupid. No, this is just the description. Cool, okay, so that is not what we're looking for. Well, then that does mean that it's gotta be like this thing still, after all. Hey, Vay. What's this Jesus in in software and game development tag? Oh, that's because I'm working on a video game. Hey, Vay. I'm currently trying to address a bug regarding some enemies' resources spawning. But if you want to learn more about what I'm working on, you can take a look at those links there. One of them is a survey as well. So if you've got the time, consider filling it out. That would really help me. Empty spawner float. No points. Don't worry. Toto just did it for you a couple minutes ago, so. Should be fine. You'll also get points within no time anyway. These all reference idle enemy manager script. But this is enemy spawner simple variables, so this is different. Oh no, sorry, this is enemy spawner simple variable script. No, wait, yeah. Idle enemy manager. Is that in the bootstrapper? Damn, where the heck is this? I wouldn't imagine it would be in here at least. That wouldn't make much sense. Retro style nerdness. It's a resource collection and managing game with upgrades a little bit to the same kind of way like how idle games work, but with a higher focus on exploration and solving quests. Enemy spawn is simple variables. It's a list of spawned enemies. So if I look at spawnable enemies, then this is what it can spawn. So here I have idle enemy manager script. Let me make sure. Health left. So that's the variable that I need to look for. And it's not in here because this is just a create a destruction particle effect for when it spawns. Where the monster's at. Right now I'm trying to get them to work. They spawn around here though. Well, they do work, but there's something that doesn't work as intended rather. Well, so if it's idle enemy manager, then that's the thing that we're modifying. So where do I set the hit points for this sucker? Spawn count. Spawn enemies, spawn at origin. Yeah, this just moves the enemy. This is what is used to move the enemies around. But where the heck do I set its hit points? Hmm. The target position is the position where they're going towards. Rally point index is basically a number that represents which rally point they are associated with. Origin scene name is which level they inhabit. And then the spawner ID is basically which items spawned it. So this has nothing to do with their stats. Peculiar. Hmm. And they only have one flow graph, and that's the enemy flow graph, which only handles this. There's nothing else around here. And I did check this script here, right? Update. The description is equal to their enemy name, texture, description. And this is what converts the numbers so that, you know, it'll say 1K and all that jazz. K, like thousands, millions, billions. So you can go up into billions here, or whatever, as long as the variable supports it. But yeah. No, it's not a mobile game. It's made for PC. Enemy difficulty level. Idle clicker variables, current level difficulty. Ah, this is where... Oh. So it is being set here. So this is where I'm currently setting its hit points. We need to change that. So it's idle enemy managers. Health left. Variable. So let's try and see here. Idle enemy manager. And then H. Health left. And we need to set it for instantiate this enemy. So this is the enemy. So we also need to set its hit points. Take a look at these tokens here. Because I need to see if there's any, like, what's their hit points based off? Because it says 0 here. Was there any reference to it in the code at all? Health minimum and maximum. Huh. Idle enemy dot health minimum. What the hell? Doesn't... Am I blind? Is this component on here? They have the attackable enemy script and the idle enemy manager on these things. But there's no idle enemy component. So how the heck does that work? Jesus Game Studios got for you. Alright, give it a go, Bay. There are some game-breaking bugs on, well, that can soft lock parts of the game, or hard lock parts of the game, but you can play through it just fine. Also, your antivirus program might do some weird stuff where it'll isolate the executable for the game, maybe, but give it a go anyway. I'm curious to see what you've got to say about it. Once I'm done with this, I can also just show it, maybe. But where the hell? Idle enemy.health minimum. Oh damn, it's like really hard to select this window when you can't see where it starts and stops. Yeah, I mean, it is a different thing. All right, I remember now. It's because it's a scriptable object. Here it is. Yeah. So I have use scriptable objects for the different enemy types. So this is where you can put in like an enemy description and like the different stats regarding it. Yeah, and the texture. That's how it works, of course. And then you add a reference to this in the script, so it says minimum and maximum. Okay, so far so good. Then the question becomes, is there a reference on these enemy spawners? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Maybe take a look at these, because the trees obviously work. But the question is if it's just done via script. Oh, right, you have a point. I totally forgot about that. Thanks, Toto. I'm just sitting here working on stuff and I forgot to switch it to game development. There we go. Thank you. I was still in like the MonsterStone scene. Resource difficulty equals to idle clicker variables.current level difficulty. But only if it doesn't have a saved state. That's why it works for these, because they don't generate dynamically. Yeah, so it needs to work differently for the mobs, because this just uses the same logic, which they can't. Let's see now. Okay, let me see if I remember correctly. Yeah, the surface level hierarchy should have a level difficulty. So if we look up the scene in which a mob spawns and then, or a mob spawner exists in, use that name to reference this game object in the hierarchy, then we can get the level info from that hierarchy and the associated level difficulty, which is saved properly. Okay. Got it. Got it. I'm just trying to remember now if I'm doing that somewhere else so I can just steal that code. Otherwise it probably won't be too hard. Let's see. Scene. Because there's the current scene, right? Might be scene.current or something. How do you get that again? Might be able to find it and try and remember if I look at the idle clicker. I think there's some things in there that use it at least. Mostly for like save and load, I believe. That's like a thing at least. I can try and sort of remember by looking at these. Saving, loading scene contents. I think... No, maybe saving and loading the scene itself, maybe. Nope, contents it is. Let's see here what we got. Because I'm addressing something in regards to terrain plates. And I was thinking maybe I'm using the scene name here. Maybe not. Because I can't remember what the bloody syntax for it is. Let's try and look at the scene again. What do we have here? Yeah, okay. Let's try game object. Scene. Yeah. Oh, this is what I need. Okay, cool. Makes sense. And we needed to go into this. So, game object scene. So that's going to refer to the scene that this current game object is, ergo the mop spawner itself. And then we can get, I think, scene name. There we go. So now we have the name of the scene given as a string. And then we can say find game objects. Game object, define game object with game object. Oh. Game object find, because there's like a name thing. Finds a game object by name and returns it. Cool. So basically, because I use the same name as of the scene, ergo level, to describe the hierarchy in which these spawners are located in. So for instance, tier 0, idle level tutorial 1 should also have a tier 0 idle level tutorial 1 game object. It also has something called disable, but that's like for things that I need to to or want to disable whenever you're moving between different levels. So that's cool. So that means that from there, what's the script call for that? Level info. So I should probably lock this. Level info. And we're looking for level difficulty. Just getting that. And we also need the variables for the actual mobs themselves. We can just use any as a reference here. So they have that idle enemy variable. So it's idle enemy manager dot idle enemy dot something. Idle enemy manager. And we need the idle enemy. So we can get that. So this retrieves the idle enemy of the idle enemy manager, which is going to be located on that enemy that we instantiate. And then from there, we should be able to say idle enemy min HP? Maybe not. Can I not? How does that work again? Because it's like been a while since I worked with scriptable objects. Idle enemy. Can I do it that way? Scriptable object, there we go, that's what I needed. So now here I can acquire its minimum hit points, and then we need to do the same thing for the max. Idle enemy scriptable health maximum. So we've got the minimum and the maximum hit points from that scriptable object, which is basically the thing that contains all the stats for our mob. We have the level difficulty of this game object here. And we need to set this hit point thing according to these variables. Okay, so we need a random number between a min and a max range. What variables are these? Are these floats or are they... I think they are just integers. Oh, they're floats. Okay. Random. Range. With a float minimum and maximum. So we just plug the maximum down there. Just move around so it's a little bit nicer. And then we need to take that with the result and multiply it. And then we can set the amount of health that it has left when it spawns to that number. Now we just need the flow to pass through it and we should be fine. Let's see if I can do it this way, or if I need to be more... Nope, this works. Like, you can also pass your flow through, say like a random number generator or whatever function specifically, similar to like this game object find thing, but in a lot of instances Bolt is clever enough to know that, oh, if this setup here requires these variables, it knows that it needs to like generate these things like in order to fulfill that. So let's try and see script wise, because I need to remove some things. Yeah, and I don't even need to check if it's got a saved state because this only happens when you generate it. So I can take our script here and just comment it out for good measure's sake. Because, like, you know, this here is basically the same that we just did. Oh yeah, I need to seal it. That's like the only thing I'm forgetting. Now I just need Unity to re-import that script though. But that's why it's so nice working with Bolt. You don't have to like wait for it to compile every time you like make minor mistakes. It also makes your thought process of programming a little more streamlined. But yeah, math, seal. Because it is a floating number, but not really necessary, but it's good practice to do anyway. There we go. Now it should be the same. Well then, let's see if this works. That is the next step, isn't it? Shouldn't be too difficult to test. Also because like how Bolt works, you don't need to compile your code for Bolt. It's like all front loaded because you're loading assemblies. And only when you compile it, I believe it, if it does that, it will like spend time doing some stuff regarding your code, but it doesn't really take that long, so. Okay, so these sheep here clearly are tier 1 because they provide somewhere between like, what was it? 5 to 9 hit points is what they have. So that is already working. So they're already getting their hit points at least. No errors in the console, as expected. Okay. Ah, shit. Now I actually have to complete the goddamn quest. That's why I have that thing enabled normally when I'm testing, but... Well, you can get to see a little bit of gameplay here as well. This is MonsterStone. A casual game for young and old who just want a relaxing experience where they get to see beautiful landscapes, collect resources, and destroy the environment. Or, I mean, buy upgrades and complete quests. Okay, that's level 5. Now we just need some stone. Stone, please. Complete you. Zero, zero. Okay, that's not cool. Why are these 0 now? Oh shit, I was supposed to press the freaking pause button. Did it do that for the sheep as well? Oh, I think I know why. Maybe. think I know why. Let's see here. Yeah, these come out with 0 wool on them. Yeah, the sheep, they don't have anything on them. And these neither, do they? Oh, is that thing, is it? Okie dokie. Should be in the idle clicker, I'd imagine. That's true. This on occasion. Fucking hell. How did that work again? I remember there was that one issue with this version of Bolt that I'm using where it's like, oh yeah, the node graph like doesn't update for some reason. It just leaves a blank screen. Can I? Yeah, that did it. Why is my Unity so laggy though? There's like something happening in the background in Unity that it doesn't like. Can't think it's easier to just restart the project. This is like impossible to work with. To make sure that it saves. But why would the resources that the sheep generate not come out as anything but 0? And why would that be? They've got their health left variable. Then they have a list of the secondary resources that they can make when they're killed. I think it's because of this. I'm not setting the enemy difficulty level. So when the secondary resources are generated, it gets multiplied by 0 because that's the default value, and everything multiplied by 0 is in fact 0. So as a result, the secondary resources probably just come out without providing anything. That would be easy to fix though. After all, it would have to be caused by something I commented out, so let's just add that as well. Which variable was it? It's just enemy difficulty. Can I just find it like this? I wonder. Yeah, idle enemy manager, enemy difficulty set, right? Yeah. And that literally just needs to be that same number that we used just before, so. Oh, right, and we also have to reference that enemy that we instantiate so that it knows. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? I can still see chat, by the way. It's just barely visible. New game. Oh, fuck. I forgot. Unload scene. Let's try that again. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, that was a mix of Pirates of the Caribbean and Battlefield. Okay. Yeah, let's maybe try and get this up so we can see what's actually going on here. Sheepy sheep. Well, look at that. We actually get wool out of these bastards now. Okay, well, let's confirm that everything is working, even though it should do. Let's employ the help of our auto harvester. I should really just have re-enabled that object. It allows me to skip the level. But it might just take just as long to do now then. So let's just do it this way. Give me them upgrades. Because this is where I realized that I fucked up the the resources on these bad boys. Okie dokie. Yes, save this level on save slot 1. So now, if we take the goblins in this cave, they should have quite a good amount of hit points. Because they are being affected by the modifier 2 of that level. But if we go back to the previous one, take out these sheep, they are still in the modifier 1 thing. So they're not dropping more resources as they did previously. Cool. They also don't take longer to take out, so... Hey, you! Fixed another bug today! Way! Hat on the back, I guess. Cool. Okay. Let me think if that was about it. There's like some other minor things, like for instance, these waterfalls and the particle effects are a little bit wonky because transparency and such can work in mysterious ways and are hard to deal with when rendering wise, so you can like see the particle effects even though you're from up here. And that's also why the only reason why we can see this outline of this cliff is because it's not transparent. But there is transparency on these waterfalls so that they blend in with the rest of the terrain a little bit better. Like you can sort of see how it works. It's basically like a water plane, and then these guys just have like an alpha transparency towards the inner edges. And that's what sort of allows them to blend in together. So if we... Wait, what? Why am I not allowed to move this? What? Oh, it's because it's set to static, probably. Yeah, that's probably why. Oh yeah, you might also be wondering what these orbs are. That's some reference points to the camera, I think. It's been a while, because I was messing around with the camera trying to like make it do specific things. Or work in specific ways. Because after all, having a good camera is really hard work, actually. Because it's like... I don't want it so that you can't... Like, I want you to be able to go close to objects, but I also want it so that if you back up into objects, you know, you don't get like stuck inside them, preferably to a certain degree anyway. Not as useful for those trees, but it is used for these cliffs here. So you basically got like the camera gets pushed forward towards like that origin point. So that's why when I rotate here, you can see like there's a little bit of clipping on the side, but that's almost unavoidable. But it's like, as I rotate to the right, that camera is being pushed forward by that cliff. So in order to do this, it's a weird mix of basically making a line from your point of reference to a target position, which is always on the ground that you're rotating around, right? Which is about here, where my cursor is right now, right? And it should always be that same reference point no matter where, like how much zoomed in or out I am. But I'm also sort of rotating the camera as we're zooming in so that you can see further. And then when you're zooming out, it rotates downwards so you get a better bird's eye perspective. Because that's kind of like what you want, I think. Because when you're zoomed in, you want to be able to, it's most likely because you want to inspect something up close. So you want to have like a more close to like a straight line angle, but when you're up and about, you want a better overview rate. Otherwise, if you had the same angle as you do down here, up further up, you wouldn't be able to see as much of the level, basically. But anyway, that being said, I think we're pretty good here. So, yep, close that. Blah. Then it's just a question, is there other things that I should be doing today? Actually, where is that prefab here? Oh, right, that's true. I forgot about that. There's actually a secret sixth harvester called a forage harvester. I don't remember what the idea of that was, like what my thoughts were in that regard. Originally, I was thinking like, oh, foraging, that would be think like fruits and vegetables, that kind of stuff, or like basically non-herbalist type vegetation, if you know. So it could be a pumpkin patch would be under foraging, or a field full of potatoes, or something to that tune, apple trees, berry bushes, and so forth. Beehives maybe as well. So that's what the foraging would be under. But as it is right now, I just don't have any 3D models for it, so that's why it's not in. And I don't know if it will be in the final version of the game, because, you know, every time I add a new resource type, it adds a lot more complexity to consider, just not just in the scope of the game, but also like the difficulty of trying to manage all these resources everywhere. Because every type of resource that I add, if it's like an archetype, as I call them, such as stone and wood, then those also need upgrades. And those upgrades need resource costs. And it all needs balancing. And then there's all the quests as well. So if I add foraging, it would have to be sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you end up in a situation where I make all these levels with the other 5 types of resources and in mind, and then I, you know, basically would have to go through all the level design to implement foraging as well later. Not just in terms of quests and all, but also obviously the levels themselves, adding the resources into them wherever they seem fitting. So I don't know. The upside of adding foraging is that it allows for more immersive levels, I suppose, having large fields and that kind of stuff, which also grants me some tools in terms of making the levels more diverse, instead of, okay, herbs and trees and rocks, but, you know, if you need some kind of place for berry bushes or potatoes or whatever, you'd most likely dedicate a larger area to this stuff. And as a result, you basically would have to dedicate a lot of space in each level to these additional resources, leaving less for the others. But the question is, however, because foraging in terms of berries and such can get pretty close to herbs or herbalist kind of harvesting, I would sort of justify at least. Whereas fishing and monster harvesting, or monster slaying, I guess, are very specific areas. Because you could also say, like, oh, foraging, it should also be able to collect fish because you can forage that way as well, maybe. And I suppose you could rename it to farming, maybe. But farming is also something you could relate to fishing and such. So I don't know. By the way, we're making a build of the game. It's going to take a little while. And then we should be able to push that up to itch.io. While that's working and doing its thing, instead of just waiting, I'm going to go onto itch.io and relearn how to do that. So that's why I'm on this talking overlay at the moment, so pardon me, because I don't remember if there's any sensitive data here. Dashboard. MonsterStone Prelude. Yeah, don't want to go in there at least. What if we go into the edit page thing? Okay, so that's just, I just gotta add another download. Cool. Hmm. Well, this does present a new thing that I have to consider. So on this page, I have the different uploads that exists for MonsterStone. I even have the initial release right here. It's just hidden. So the question is, yeah, I guess it, like, I can either, I don't think there's any reason to keep these downloads on the page. So I would probably hide those. Oh, I can change the display name here. So I can say like version 1.0 or something. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, it's not that. Change display name. Cool. Date modified 2020. Oh right, I should probably I should probably change this as well, shouldn't I? I forgot I put a date in here. Yeah, that's like the only thing I forgot to change, I hope. It's silly, but you know. That does a UI canvas, and it's called Alpha Message UI message here, dip message text. There we go. what's the date today? It's 27, 29, 27. Coincidentally, also, it's actually pretty funny. It's almost like straight up 2 years ago since the last update to the game. Like almost on point. Which makes sense because the innovative growth program that I participated in back then was also over Christmas. So, in other words, the then polished version of MonsterStone was released in sometime in January, though a little bit earlier than what we're currently in. Oh. All right. Nothing else to do at the moment, then wait. There are screenshots. We're not really intending on adding any more of those because the levels themselves haven't really changed. Let me see here. These are zip files. So that's what we're also going to need this to be. I have the original zip files here. Yeah. Could also rename these to contain the date. Maybe that might be more consistent because I don't have like any internal version numbering whatsoever to these. I can also hide these, of course, so that they exist so that I can still watch the stats on this, because you can, after all, see how many downloads they've had, and then it could be fun to compare one day. But let me see here. Be consistent with the naming and all. Upload the files. Do not close this page while uploads are in progress. Yes, my lord. What is your goal here? Just mess around with it, Vay. It's just, there's no end game in the demo. It's just you can play around with it for as much as you want. Some people try and get as high as they can with the modifier. But otherwise, it's just like messing around, explore the levels, and try and upgrade your things and maybe get to a high modifier. That's basically the game at the moment. And there's also a suggestion of some narrative if you're interested in that kind of stuff. But at the moment, in the grand scheme of themes, those are more there as a sort of proof of concept rather than this is what's gonna go in the game. So some people have said they don't really care for the story as much, and I think that's a valid and fair point. After all, not everyone's into a story, and some of the dialogue, especially the last bit, is very lengthy. I'm not gonna deny that. It needs to be cut up and be more digestible. Also, you know, it's just a bunch of text at this point, so you don't have to stress about experiencing that if it's not your kind of, if you're not finding that interesting. So yeah, just mess around with it. But yeah. That should be the updated version of MonsterStone up already. Wait. Wait. Damn it, itch. Let's hide these. Yeah, okay. Save. There's a new one already? It should be on there at least. Let me try and view the page. Yep, it's on there. If you go down to the page now, it should...
You're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd. No one likes you. No one likes you.
Basically, Cellfire had noticed a massive issue in the game where, depending on your screen resolution, if you interacted with some of the crafting buildings in the game that you can unlock, the UI would go beyond the dialogue box or the box itself, and because it gets cut off due to an alpha mask, you just couldn't interact with it, which meant that you couldn't craft the items you needed to complete the second level in those instances, forcing you to abandon it, which obviously was a bit bad. Oh, that also happened to you. Yeah, so that's fixed in this version now. That is fixed. Amongst a few other sort of smaller bugs. For instance, the crystals in the lava fields map, the red ones, they would, if you loaded the game, respawn as quartz crystals instead of the red agave or whatever the heck they're called. So yeah. So it should be up now. So you guys want to see something something a little bit wacky that I made at some point? This is also slightly MonsterStone themed, but it was like a student project that I did at some point. Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on. Freaking Avast. Oh, this time it didn't quarantine the thing? Good. Better be good. It should be. It should be. Oh, you mean this thing? So, this is what an earlier iteration of MonsterStone assets and stuff look like in first person. So, I messed around with the ability to walk around. Oh yeah, these placeholder assets, that's true. These are placeholders for NPCs. Would you like it? I think they're cute. It's Farmer John. There's not really much to this other than you can walk around, but and jump on things. Crystal. So basically, we had a narratives course during university that I underwent, and as part of it, we had to make like some kind of project, and I decided to do something called a remediation project, where I tried to remediate a story that had happened in a D&D campaign that I was acting as a DM for, but into like a different medium. Originally wanting to implement it as like okay, you can walk around and talk with the NPCs, so basically like a three-dimensional interactive version of that storyline or something, basically like part of the quest that the party underwent. But obviously implementing all of this stuff and then also a narrative system was a bit beyond the scope of that project. So instead I decided to just make this, like, keep it at this level, and then I basically took still frames from this, saved them, and then used that in a separate tool that you can access online, which allows you to put together simple narrative structures, and then used that for the actual narratives. But yeah, I also made it so that you can actually walk around here. So it's not just like, oh, you're looking in the inspector of Unity, but it's all like, you can just walk around or whatever. Do a bit of parkour. At the time, I was also working on these house assets, which are in MonsterStone itself. Just because, trying to mix university projects together with actual things that I could use for my game project. So basically trying to like rationalize reasons for making all of this stuff. But yeah, you can just walk around in first person. It also gives you a sense of scale of everything, I suppose. But yeah, it was just like a little hobby project that I did back then. And I could get away with a lot of it because I had all of the assets for the most part. I think of these also, yeah, these are also affected by a shader. So they wobble in the wind. This does use the old assets for the terrain that I'd made though, so they're not as... like, they're not quite the same style as the ones that are in the current version of MonsterStone, and as such, they don't always look as nice. Sometimes the terrain plate goes through them because, yeah, they weren't sort of tweaked to work that well. Let's see if we can't do some parkouring somewhere. Nah. But yeah, it's just like a little cityscape, pretty much. It also allowed me to try and build a town with all these house assets and see how well the game runs. And at least on my end, it's running pretty well. Even with all these bloody trees everywhere. Even though they're like moving synchronously. So yeah. Just a little side project. What even is this? 0_MonsterStone Prelude. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Avast. This is what I mean. It'll just like throw it in here. For no reason. Well, obviously because it thinks it's malicious. But this was from 2019. So this uses the old title that I had back then. That's right. Part of that week or two, which I had to release the demo version of MonsterStone that's available, is also when I made this version of the title. That's true. Or actually, I think that came after the demo was released, now that I think about it. Yeah, this starts you out with the dialogue. That's true. This is like completely different start. The camera is also a little bit more stiff on this one. But as you can tell, a lot of the stuff's still the same. Like these quests are all the same. So this is just like a more broken version of what you can already see. So I don't think there's any point in playing more of this. But yeah. MonsterStone, everybody. So what do you guys think of these development streams? Those that are currently here. If you have any input on that. Because obviously I don't want to just make all my streams this moving forward. That's pretty much a given. But I would like to know if this is the some kind of thing that you would be interested in seeing moving forward. Because as I did mention the other day as well, when I was asking, if I do this, it would be because I have to work full time on MonsterStone in order to get it done, right? And I might not always be able to interact with you guys as much as I normally do while still getting things done. So it's gonna be a bit experimental at first to see how it goes. And if we get into like I get into some kind of rhythm that works for me, and I still can get all the things done that I need for the game, then that's definitely something I do want to try and pursue, because it's nice getting feedback, of course. But at the same time, it's also maybe not so nice to get so much feedback that it just becomes a bunch of what ifs. So it might be a thing where some days I'll just stream some development on the game. But others, if there's something like really focus heavy, I can switch it up, and then I'll just do that for the day, and then I'll show you guys the end result on another stream, and we can talk it over and have a look at what I've been working on. I'm okay with non-sugar-coated Asian answers. No, absolutely not. There's like this concept called tough love. I've tried some really brutal stuff in regards to that. I participated in something called Daddy You, which is a Danish what would you even call it, like a Danish organization or opportunity that you can participate in as an alternative to taking a internship during university. And as part of that, you have to develop a couple small games as a simulated game studio. And you get these expert sessions where people from successful and established businesses that work in game industries, in the game industry, will come by and sort of discuss game development with you, but also see what you're working on and talk about their thoughts in terms of what you've been working with. And you got the opportunity to basically do a bit of spitballing back and forth, figuring out, okay, so, pick their brain a little bit to see what an expert thinks, but also what they recommend how to deal with certain things. So we've had different types of experts come in, one being like a business development specialist at who's worked with Kilu, who worked on, I think that's what they're called. They worked on Subway Surfers, and we've also had a hardcore software games developer or lead programmer rather specifically talk about code structure, how to refactor code, how to manage all those sides, basically, you know, how to be a lead programmer on a games development perspective. And they just destroyed the games that we were working on. Some of these experts really picked them apart, talking about like, oh, okay, our game was very art heavy, for instance, and one of the concerns was that the 2 artists that we had on our team would be overloaded with the sheer amount of content they had to make in the very limited time that we had available. And for good reason, you know, you want to ask those crucial questions to people that are maybe a little bit overconfident in whether or not they can actually achieve these things. And it also ended up with being that the artists that we had on our team got, you know, pretty overloaded on work and just barely managed to get everything done in time. The end product of this was that we had 6 weeks to make a full-fledged game. Unfortunately, I can't show you any of the game because it doesn't exist on the Google Play Store because they changed some internal things, and now like some of the older games that were released onto the platform are no longer available because they haven't been updated. And some of us on like only one person on the team had like access to all this stuff. And I asked around to hear what was going on, but actually I can show you this because this is the Daddy-U page. This is fine with me. Blah, blah, blah. And this is what we made. Let's actually find it on here.
If you feel so tired, you should go see a doctor.
If you just kiss me now, I'm going to be disappointed. Just leave a laugh, but...
I hope this is not too loud, because it's a little bit of a loud thing.
Something wrong?
I don't know.
But this is basically a Android-based game that we were working on, and we finished.
For real?
Yeah, for real.
It's very narrative heavy. That's also why there's not a lot shown in the trailer, because you basically play the entire game space is this apartment here, and it would just pause like all these freaking small books and stools and cardboard boxes, paintings and all this other weird shit, or things that had to be like handcrafted, right? So as you can tell, our artists were very, very busy. Anyway. I'm looking at the time, and I'm thinking that this is a pretty good spot to stop for today. I haven't planned on streaming in the evening today either, and I have been feeling a little bit tucked out these last couple days, so I don't want to overextend myself. But I'm gonna admit I've been a little bit stressed because I hadn't been getting as many replies in my survey as I needed in order to basically for it to be satisfactory. Calm down, Toto. Thanks. I'll get to that. But yeah, I hadn't really been getting as many responses as I'd hoped. So, you know, then you start panicking because like, shit, I need this in order to validify my game project and my business plans. And if I can't get the data within a reasonable time frame, I either have to like, what do you call it, reevaluate the whole business idea as a concept and the game itself, of course, or I'd have to go and reevaluate my approach to getting all this data that I need. And I've been mostly tuned into the latter of those two, because I realize that the form, though useful it may be, is also mostly what's it called? A quantitative study. That's what it's called. A quantitative study with a few qualitative questions mixed in, of course. Whereas everyone's comments on the chat here have been almost more of like a qualitative study or survey or dialogue, whatever you want to call it. You know, it's still information that I can take with me and note down somewhere and sort of paint a picture on how the project is doing, and also whether or not I should move forward with it, which things I should focus on, and all that stuff, and whether or not it's even a good idea to begin with. And I think in regards to that, if I rethink in that manner what's been going on the last couple of days, I think I am a bit more calm now because I realize there's been a lot of good feedback in that regard. And this peer-to-peer designing process and talking with you guys is almost, you know, it's like multiple times more valuable than an anonymous quantitative study, like any anonymous quantitative study that I could make, after all. So that just means that I need to like spend some time writing it all down and documenting all these things, so that when I take this business plan to the bank and stuff, they're actually gonna, you know, let me have an account and that kind of, all those preliminary things that you need in order to actually establish yourself as an official company anyway. Because the bank could deny my application and say like, oh, we don't think that that's like a good idea, you should, we won't partner with you. And then I need to go and find another bank, and it's like, so much hassle if that were the case. So that's why it's important that I try and get as much out of this as possible, and I only have this week as a start after all, and it's almost over, right? So that's why I've been freaking out a little bit. But thanks for everyone popping in today anyways. And of course, I don't know if I'll be doing more MonsterStone streams for the remainder of this week, because as you also know, Toto, I have to prepare for next week in regards to that. And as I just said, I also have to document a lot of this stuff. So it's very likely that I'll be spending some of tomorrow making some notes on this and writing it into my business plan, because I kind of have to work with what I have and all that. But anyways, I will try and stream during this weekend at least. That's something that I'm aiming towards, but it's probably just going to be game play, not game development. Because we have Factorio going on, and it's like gonna take a long time to get through that, and there is so much to do, so I want to get back into that. But anyways, that's pretty much it today. Do you guys have anyone that you would like to say hi to? We could say hi to Tumbling Satellite again today. He's playing Factorio just like yesterday. So unless you guys have someone else that you can recommend, then I will just close the stream quietly today and leave it up to, I think it's probably gonna like default to either Tumbling Satellite or Brush for Hire as like a host or something. But yeah, no suggestions, then thanks for today, and thanks again, Toto, for being here, and thanks for the input there, Vey, and everyone else who's been popping by. It's good to get some feedback. Anyways, I've been Dragon, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. for now, bye bye and have a good one, eh?